Hello? What was that sound? Me beating on my desk savagely. Mm-hmm. I gotta get food, y'all. Today has been a very busy day. Hello, YouTube. Very busy day. Card Puppet Skitter. Queen of Dice. What is up? Spilo Twitch. Hello, Deft. Who is Donghack? The top level tank player. It's been a very busy day. Lots of coaching today. So little behind on stream. I apologize. Had like back to back sessions.
My goat.
And yeah. Wiggly. Squiggly. Thank you for the sub. I'm gonna get my food. I gotta eat. I have not eaten. So give me a sec. Yo. All right, we got our food. I got to ping Discord. Whoops, I forgot. 3 pieces of pizza first meal. First thing he hears,
Belting.
Thank you for the sub, Winkinator. Ultron kind of cool. I saw the gameplay thing look pretty neat. I can never tell with rival stuff as much. Frick, I want the... Wait. Hang on. There it is. There it is. Okay. It's getting a announcement in Discord. I honestly don't love that song that much. It's pretty catchy, but it's not my favorite. I don't really know why it's in my head, honestly. How does someone live like you? How does someone live with you? Happily. We in that mode? Exclamation mark fentanyl. Thank you. Heard rumors that Spilo is live. Probably not true. Yeah, so the Freya, I've heard a little bit about the Freya in Stadium, but I think Dylan, the guy, tweeted something about that they're aware of it and they're trying to sort things out. I don't know. It's tricky, man. Stadium is just... Yeah, there's going to be a lot of heroes that are going to feel pretty rough. Like, I think, like, there's some games where Orisa just feels miserable to play versus, you know? And I can't even imagine, like, Widow, Roadhog, Bastion, Freya. There's just going to be so many characters that are going to feel rough. Can I do the Thug Shake? What is the Thug Shake? I don't know what that is. Thug Shake. How do you do the Thug Shake? That's it? It looks like more it's like a... Okay. I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. What would it take for Donghide to become the best tank of all time? I mean, a lot more. He is a great tank right now, but I think there's a lot of tanks right now that are great. The Gog Shaker. All right, I gotta eat, y'all. I gotta eat a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I should eat before I go live, honestly, because I'd eat a lot faster. I had a realization after I pressed live, but it's too late now. So Yeah, you can ask me dumb questions, so. No, I'm not doing an ASMR eating stream. In fact, I'm going to move my microphone further away. Hey, Dustin. Burgers, avocado, tomatoes. Thung buckle. He's a good man. Yeah, Dong Hang is great. My coach is healthy, yeah. Am I bilingual? Yes, because I speak facts and English. Nice, Dustin. Well done, mate. Best brig one trick ever? Yeah. Tell you what, I won't eat all of it because it'll take too long. I'll eat like another 2 minutes. Calm down? No. I don't know Korean's ranked discipline, to be honest with you. I know like Shu didn't play very much ranked, but he always sweated in scrims, so I guess it depends on the player, I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying, Matt. Agreed. No, there's not Olivine. I can noodle around on piano, kind of, sort of, not really, but not really. Shock, no. You don't need any words of encouragement. And yes, I do despise the very nature of your existence. Just go out there and play. Go out there and play.
5 months of being
Don't try to do anything new or different. Just go out there and play. Show them what you got. Nice, Deft. How's the Reaper OTPing? You need more reactions? All right. Hey, Sarah Lee. I hope y'all were praying for me, because I had to coach Sarah Lee today. It's like falling asleep at the wheel. Actually, I'd rather fall asleep at the wheel. Freya Guide is in processing right now. It is being edited. Coaching was fine, just a lot of it today. A lot of it. Like 4 hours before I went stream, which is a little longer than normal. You guys see the new Wingstop deal? Yes. Lots of frustrating coaching. I'm not soy jacking. So, frick you, I'm ripping on my mouth. You know what, frick you guys, I'm eating this. I'm finishing this. I just realized I'm like 2/3 of the way done. I'm not stopping. Your GM hero, yeah. Ah. I don't like using my face for thumbnails either. We do for a lot of them, but I don't like it. It's just beef, Matt, you know? Thank you, Skitter. I mean, the reality is if I'm playing a character, I do find it enjoyable to think about, you know? And niche characters, even if they're cancer, get bonus points because I don't coach them too often. And obviously, yeah, if I'm coaching somebody, I'm not going to go in there and be like, oh, your character sucks. You have to have some professionalism. Mr. Beast terrifies me. I remember Mr. Beast from like 10 years ago, bro. I think he was doing stuff back in the day, like all those weird challenges. I feel like the hair is engagement bait, bro. I'm so used to people making fun of my hair, man. Like 15 years of it. All right, one more shovel. One time. My hair really is kind of big today, actually. I didn't realize how big it was. Yacht. I'm also, we were talking about Moira. I'm also pretty freaking good at Moira when I play her, which is always fun. So it's like in small doses, she's fun, but yeah. Ah, frick. Do I poop? No. I am perfectly efficient with all of the food, and my gut bacteria are fully immortal. Got a BBL? What does BBL mean? Do you want to turn off your monitor when you play Moira? No. Android. Not enough wing stops in New Hampshire. I haven't been in a long time. Yeah. Do I breathe? Yes. I have a buddy who's a cameraman, mostly just so I don't look uncanny. He told me some wild stuff about the beast. Yeah. Don't ask. Well, you guys can't say that, man. Oh, Brazilian butt lift. Oh, that's not that bad. I know what that is. GOG, yes. I'm choosing to go with my own thing with GOG. If you watched the Question Summer video in stream, I didn't watch it on stream. We might look at it maybe today. We'll see. GOG right now. Get on game. But when I say game, I don't mean Overwatch. I mean like the life, your life. You got to get your life in gear. You got to start doing heroin. You got to get in creatine. You got to start doing hypertrophy clusters. You got to start sleeping 9 hours a day, sprinting 3 times a week. You got to start, exploiting your coworkers, threatening people. You got to break up with your girlfriend, divorce your wife, start investing. You gotta do all that stuff. If you're not that, you're not really gogging. You know what I'm saying? You got this life. There's one game. Stop playing around. You get what I'm saying? Stop playing around. This isn't a game. The game is life. If you're not winning, you're losing. You get what I'm saying? That's what gogging means. All you guys are like, oh, he doesn't know what GOG means. Yeah, I do. You don't know what GOG means. You have no concept of what GOG is. Your game is some piddly little cartoony hero shooter, right? By Blizzard Entertainment. Nah. We're out here really gogging, and you guys are out here, gargling on backwash. You know what I'm saying? Like the gamers, bunch of gamers. Can't even say it with a straight face. Meanwhile, I'm out here really gogging. Yeah. So frick you. Get your life together. Your parents aren't even disappointed anymore. They're not even surprised. That's how low we've sunk. You get what I'm saying? The bar is so incredibly low. You worthless piece of trash. Okay. So the bad news is that the replay codes are wiped. The good news is that I knew that was going to happen. So I recorded POVs. So for context here, Samalama Dulama. This is, let me actually pull up Liquipedia because this will be easier. Do I smoke weed? No, I don't smoke weed. I can't say Brazilian without invoking one. Hello, Pickle Rick. Welcome to Brazil. Hello, Brazil. Yay, thank you for the sub. Gog or I'm going to freak out. I've already gogged, dude. You missed me gogging. Play through the entire God of War for a stream and said this boring? Maybe. Okay, where is... So... one second, let me pull up the match results here so we can talk. So... Okay, here we go. So, I say here we go, but I'm actually not here we going. Do I not know how to spell Donghack? Where is this fricker? Oh, it's with a 0. I forgot. Okay, so Donghack is on T1. T1 has... Here, I'll show you guys. T1 is Proud, Viper, some newer talent here, I believe. Kind of, sort of, yeah, O2 Academy, never really played in the Overwatch League. People that you may not be as familiar with if you guys are an old Overwatch esports fan. But Viper's been around for a little bit. He was definitely, yeah, Shanghai briefly. Kind of spicy new kids, you know what I'm saying? Donghack is also relatively, I think he's 19 or 20. Yeah, so he was obviously the prodigy. Skew has been around for a little bit. Vigilante's been around for a little bit as well, but definitely kind of, they're not crazy raccoons level. Let's be honest here. However, this past week, they beat Crazy Raccoon 3-1 in the regular season. That's just the regular season, not like the craziest thing ever, but it was pretty sick. Donghack was on the Atlanta Reign back in 2022, 23? Am I that? Wow, 23. I'm dumb. Okay, so it's 2023. And Atlanta Reign were briefly like one of the most dominating hero teams in Overwatch League history. They didn't win the championship. It was very much a... What are you saying, Matt? Thank you, Alex. I appreciate it. Donghack was good with Atlanta Reign. I don't like this narrative that he wasn't good. He was good. He was by far the least experienced player in that team, but he was a very good tank that year. I reviewed a lot of Atlanta Reign games that year, and his individual micro and decision making, while obviously is a consequence of playing around a very strong team, was good. He won the Rookie of the Year award, and he absolutely deserved it. I was 100% on board with that decision. He was a phenomenal player, and it wasn't Donghack's fault that team fell apart by any means. They were, I do think, at times during several months, certainly one of the most dominating teams in Overwatch League history. It felt, I don't know if you football fans or American football fans out there, it reminded me very much of like the 2007 Patriots at times. Just dominating, honestly more so than even the Patriots this time, because the Patriots almost lost a few games, but very dominating, and they just kind of fumbled the back towards the end. Donghack was a strong point. And from my understanding, he has gone on to have a relatively solid career since then and is considered one of the better tanks, I think, in the world right now. Very good. So they just recently, T1, beat Crazy Raccoon, who are considered kind of like the default winners. They've got all the greatest players. And the funny thing about Crazy Raccoon is they've also got, I know at least Lip was with Atlanta Reign. Jenna was with Shock. Keesing was, I think, with Shock. Maxis was San Francisco. Chorong was with Florida. Shu was with Gladiators. Yeah, so he's got an old teammate that he's playing versus, but obviously the storyline here is not as important. But basically the best, like some of the best players. Lip, he's saying Junbin, Chorong, Shu. I mean, these are considered among the top of their roles currently, and also among the top of their roles ever. Top 1, top 2 for almost all of them. Yeah. Donghack, Stalker, Lip, Chio, Fielder. Yes, correct. Nice, Giant Killer. Nice stuff. So I heard a particularly dominant match from Donghak on Survasa. Now, I need to pull up the code here to give context here for the bands, maybe to discuss some of the compositions being played here. Give me just a moment. Where is it? Hello. Where are we? T1. Crazy Raccoon. Okay, I found it. So let's give a little context for bands. Obviously, there'll be bans earlier in the match once you ban a character. So, like, for example, Crazy Raccoon banned Freya early, and they banned Lucio, so you can't ban Freya or Lucio again. And then I think this would be second map here. Yeah. So, Crazy Raccoon, so they're going to ban Brigitte, force Kiri Lucio, something along those lines. No Juno Brig, no nothing. Maybe forces dive, because I guess you could play, like, I don't know. Could you play Diva Juno Brig? I'm not really sure. But yeah, they force Brig. They're going to force Kiri Lucio comps T1. And let me update my headline. One moment. Hold. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Thank you, Shot. And Crazy Raccoon's going to ban Cassidy. I don't know if you'd even play Cassidy here. It's odd. I don't understand the Cassidy ban as much. You see Cassidy being played occasionally here, but I guess they're like... You could run Castor Juno Brig, but you can't run Brig. It's an odd ban for sure. Yeah, maybe they just didn't really want to ban anything and they just kind of ran whatever. So anyway, Donghak, I heard, had a really good match here. So I recorded the POV and we're going to take a look. So let's do it. How's the volume?
5, 4, 3, 2,
It's okay. I don't want it to be loud, but I want it to be audible. Seems okay for me anyway. Please let me know if it's too loud, too quiet. So let's talk about the matchup here. So you are playing a very quick on rotations dive composition. You're running Kiriko Lucio. You need some sort of range healing for the Winston player. You're running Lucio because Lucio's pretty good on Flashpoint in terms of moving his team quickly and also moving himself quickly, which is really, really crucial. So you're going to have a lot of heroes. 4 heroes, in fact. They're going to, well, I guess I would say more 3. They're going to benefit from proximity. So you're going to see a lot of aggressive Winston dives with some Lucio Tracer combos on the off angle, and then you're going to see Freya kind of takes her own angle, and then you're going to have Kiriko pocketing the tank, pocketing the DPS, getting up in their face. And this is going to be a mirror with the exception of Ball versus Winston. The difference between Ball versus Winston is Winston, this is the simplest way of looking at it, okay? Don't think about target priority. Don't think about anything but the tempo. And tempo means the timing of value. A lot of you guys have heard me say this before, so for those who haven't, what that means is that essentially Ball is a weaker tank when Winston is using Bubble. Bubble is such an incredibly valuable cooldown for shooting DPS, for poking supports, for splitting off healing. Anything that you want Bubble for, it's a phenomenal cooldown because you can do damage and protect yourself at the same time. It's probably in the top 2, maybe the most valuable cooldown in the entire game. So what that means is you can use your Bubble, get a maximum value, forcing recall, forcing clearing out of space, forcing Suzu, forcing TP, clearing out the Freya, whatever you may do. And Ball has to find that level of value over an extended period of time. Yeah. Think of it as Sabuhurin. And so what this means for Donghak is, who does Donghak dive? If you're playing ranked, let me go for a black screen here. Where can I do this? I can. Okay, so can you guys see this? I think you can. I hope you can. Because I can't see it because it's also blacked out my other screen. If you're playing ranked, you're playing Winston to dive backline. You know, you just flank and you dive backline, and then they die and they're all sad, and you are happy. Hooray! Very good. However, the problem is that in higher ranks, you can get destroyed for that. Because if you dive backline, but the enemy team has stuff on the sides, they're going to poke you as you're diving and then pincer you as you dive, and that make you sad. So what you do with Winston is your ultimate goal is to dive squishies, to dive backline. But to get there, you might need to clear what's in front of you first. You might need to clear an angle out first. You might need to clear an angle out first. You may even need to look at clearing out the tank in front of you because he's helping the DPS control off angles. In other words, this ball might be playing with a tracer here to try and stop you, and so you have to bubble him off. If you try to skip steps and go for the end goal when it's very well guarded, then you're going to suffer. Let me give you guys a good analogy. You're a thief. You're trying to steal the crown jewels. Your job is to disable the anti-theft burglar alarm. But the reason that you must do that is because you want to steal the jewels. So if there is no burglar alarm, then steal the jewels. If you have to disable the burglar alarm first and get a good cooldown trade so that eventually you can dive backline, they're going to do it. But if it's free, the ultimate goal is to dive backline. And the reason why this is important is it's easy to look at pro players who are being marked and there's angles and there's tracers and flanks and so on and go, man, they are spending a lot of time fighting Tracer and Freya and Ball. Why is that? Well, because if they were to skip steps and go for backline, they'd die. But if you go into your plat rank game and you go for backline because there's nobody stopping you from going for backline, then you should go for backline. Right? At higher levels, the game is not played differently. It's just played better. I love having plat tracers come up to me and be like, I've coached them in silver, and they're like, coach, my strategy isn't working anymore. I'm taking a flank, and there's somebody there. Oh no, my God, yeah. That's how the game works. You have to fight them to get to the back line, right? So that's kind of like the goal. The goal is to steal the crown jewels. However, this fricker is in the way, and this fricker's in the way, and this fricker's in the way, so you got to fight them. The good news is that while you may not always do a lot of damage with your bubble, you will do a little bit of damage, especially if you're really good with your alt fire, and you will bait a lot of attention that allows your other DPS to be able to fight those people for you. The Hammond is just popping right out there, like, so what the frick? Okay, so here we go. We'll explain exactly how that looks here, but my point being is that it's not always going to be big, juicy, succulent dives into backline. He's got to fight to be able to do that safely. If he dove right now, he'd die immediately because his team doesn't have positions to punish that. So he's looking for a vantage point. He's using that alt fire. Trying to not use his bubble on just a wrecking ball. Doesn't feel like that's always 100% worth it. There's a dive. Now, this dive is not going to kill anybody. It's not going to happen because they've got dashes and amps and Suzus and whatever. It doesn't need to because the bubble's going to force, Suzus and dashes and bandits. It's going to trade effectively for those things. So he comes in from the side. Now, he's going deep here because there was nobody stopping him. He took no damage. There was no angles. So he's getting a big succulent juice. Bam! Whap! Right? There's the pocket. There's the Suzu. There's the amp. There's the peel. And not only that, but they're not even in a good spot anymore. They had nice big succulent juicers, right? They had big sight lines now. Now they're all shoved into the locker. They can't see anything at all right now. And look at Donghak's HP. Now he can jump out and take 0 damage. So that his next dive, he's ready to go. If he's just an opportunity to jump without bubble because somebody's 1 HP, he can do it if he'd like to. And crucially, this also means that his supports don't have to worry about healing him that much. They can just focus on doing damage. Now, I know Proud died here. I don't know what happened here. I imagine it might have been a stick from somebody else, or maybe just Proud's a feeder. This is the one problem about recording replays is you go back 10 seconds. Yeah, so he's saying, or Proud just dies. I don't know what the frick is going on. But this is an excellent jump. Comes in from the side, catches a couple of squishies, forces a bunch of cooldowns, and loses no HP in the process. Nice. What is GGP? Is this space? The frick are you saying? You also notice, by the way, that Lucio's kind of going with him. It's not going to be a Lucio VOD review, but yeah. I feel like he dies here because he feels like, okay, we're down 1. I've seen Suzu. We have to trade now, otherwise we lose. And I think this is a good decision because if he disengages this, he's down Freya. This fight's lost. You might as well go for the higher sky reward play because there's no point even trying otherwise. If you die, it's fine. You catch wave respawn as a unit, and you'll go back in. Proud's going to go Sombra. Sombra's also good here. She's good on big flat maps, and she's very good versus Freya and very good versus everything that they're playing with the exception of Tracer. So we've seen more Sombra play at the highest level because of how the meta's evolved a little bit. Sombra isn't necessarily an OP character, but she just functions very well on this map and very well versus what they're playing versus. It's also a bit easier to retake space with Sombra because you have stealth. So a little bit of alt fire here, trying to avoid taking too much damage. Really notice how little damage that we're taking before we go in. I love you too, comic. Cheers, mate. I appreciate the sub. Of course. What is wave respawn? I appreciate the sub. Wave respawn just means respawning as a unit with your team. So there's a system in Overwatch that was implemented. Chat, what was it, like a year ago? Maybe sooner or later, I can't remember, where everyone kind of respawns at the same time if you die within a certain amount of seconds. So it can actually cut down your respawn time. So he's alt firing, but he's not taking too much damage. Look at his HP, even versus the Freya. Avoid, avoid, don't peek, don't peek, don't peek, don't peek, don't peek. So here's the question, chat. How should Donghack dive this? Do you think that with the information and HP that we have, we can jump down main safely? Do you think that we should take the flanker on right side and sneak up from the right side? Is that a good enough engagement? Should we jump top, be more passive, bubble top, and disengage? It's tricky. It's tricky, right? Because we're not taking a lot of damage, and we're also not being marked on the right side. In other words, there's no damage coming in from this right side. So in theory, we should be able to jump, bubble, and be safe, but it is tricky. Let's see. Pokey, pokey. Oh, get stuck, get stuck. There it is. You see it? So we're going to do the same dive, but we're going to do so sneakily. How close can I get before I go? And then he's going to go for the Freya. Now, there's a very good question in chat. No, there isn't, but there might be. Why are we diving Freya and not Kiriko Lucio? To be honest with you guys, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, actually, here. I mean, really, you're not going to get a guaranteed kill on anything that you dive here. It's not the point. It's the point. It's to force cooldowns to scare people out of position, right? I would have honestly preferred the Kiriko Lucio, frankly. Basically, because of the position that we were taking. Because, and there's one reason why I like the Kiriko Lucio dive better, it's not because it's Freya, it's because that they were actually closer. They were a little bit closer than the Freya, which would have been probably a safer dive. Now, some of you may have also noticed that there was follow-up on that dive on the Kiriko Lucio. That's useful. Sometimes Winston dives his own. Maybe he'll isolate the Freya so that she dies because the Kiriko Lucio is being harassed. It doesn't really matter. But the point being is that we get stuck before we rotate, which is unfortunate. And then crucially, I think we dove too far. Freya's 100% of the damage, though. True. It doesn't really matter, though. You're either bubbling off that damage. And by the way, really nice boop there from Jumpin. He actually knocked him out of his bubble. But yeah, I think that dive was too far. I like the angle, and then we went for the target across the map instead of just taking what was near us. Okay. They get the touch at 97% and then leave. We have to touch, we bubble, we have to disengage. Taking too much damage. So a lot of the fundamentals kind of go out the window because we're just trying to touch point. Yeah, they just have to leave this. I think they might even just reset here. Ooh. So they lost point. Nope, can't live. Man, why did we choose this code? Which one of you guys gaslit me? Donghack is struggling. Good alt fire, though. Don't worry, I hear it gets better. Now, end goal, if you guys can see, is here. If we go back a little bit, and we were to dive from main, right here, and just dive to backline, we would get shot from the side, isolated from our teammates because they would also be getting dove by tracer ball, whatever, and die. And it's a long jump in the open. So, how do we get to those targets? How do we get to those targets safely? How do I remove this circle from my mouse? We clear out an angle. Now, do we need bubble on this? I hope not. THK, think of this, mate.
Hi.
Hopefully not. Looks like the answer is no. Avoid Freya. Avoid Freya. Get closer. We bubble this off. Now here's another question. Why does Donghack not immediately dive backline here? Still too far, right? What do you guys think? How is Spylo pausing his live gameplay? Mind control. Ult tracking. He's lazy. Ult tracking, yeah. He knows that if I go backline now, I die. They have 5 ults. So I'm going to put some pressure from the side. Didn't take any damage. Marking point. Bubble myself to avoid taking damage from the angles. And then get ready to jump out. Uh-oh. Taking damage back. Out, 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 out. Out, 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 out. All the way out. His team actually didn't disengage as nicely as they should have, but the theory was there. Yes. Now this is the moment. We got it, guys. Surely. Alt firing with trying to avoid taking too much damage from Freya. Now. Again, avoid damage from Freya. Avoid damage from Freya. Avoid. Get as close as you can without using jump. And then when you use jump, you can actually connect. He gets his perk. Freya sneaks behind. So you notice that even the pro players are getting smoked by Freya. He doesn't know where she is, and this honestly forces a really bad bubble. I would have preferred much more decisive action from Donghack here, to be honest with you guys. I would have loved to be more decisive in fighting Heesang, in fighting Shu. He's waiting around, but the more time that you give Freya, the more she's going to chip off of your HP because she can always stage in you. He needs to go. And so this setup is poor because we're just being a little bit slow in that final setup. We're just not really set up for anything particularly well. Now, we do get to backline, and we get to backline. We notice that we don't use Primal because we've got beat. Even that bubble is a little oddly shallow. So I'll be honest with you guys. Some of the staging here has been fine, but it still feels like we're lacking a little bit of decisiveness, and even that one dive on Freya. This has not been perfect. Donghack is fine Winston and doing a fine job, but there's points to criticize here. I'll skip forward a little bit. Take the cover. Make them walk into me. Ball's going to touch point. Don't go backwards to ball because you're in a perfect position to go for backline. You see that? So now our position is significantly closer to the targets that we want to be going for. So for us to go backwards to peel a ball, especially when we have Primal Rage, would be a big, big no-no. Don't do that. So he's staged. He all fires jumps, doesn't take too much damage from Freya, actually avoids her damage entirely by rotating around, and here it comes. Oh, he gets booped out of the jump. Oop, he gets booped out of the jump again. Still avoiding taking damage, That rotation from the enemy is crazy, but this is what we want. That's the boop. Chorong is cooked. Should be cooked. Or Freya, either one or the other. Full clear. Look how far back they are now. So that means that Lip, Junman, who are fighting on point, are completely isolated here. So Donghack has a decision here. Does he duck? Does he disengage? Or does he deepen? Your choice. He's got Primal, so he probably is going to deepen here. Yeah, he's playing really greedy. Come on, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. He's looking at the Lucio because he's got that character doesn't have teleport and can't fly midair. Freya's really, really freaking hard to juggle. Beautifully done. Even though the Primal is like, I mean, it's whatever. We don't actually get the kill. Doesn't matter. He's had 3 people's attention for like 15 seconds with 0 help. Okay, nice job. Really good job considering the fact that Crazy Raccoon basically rotated around the entire map and he still managed to stay in line, track them, stay close without taking too much damage. Yeah, it is funny to target Lucio, but if it makes the most sense, right? You can definitely get Kiriko to force TP, but at this point in time, there's also a chance Shu has the shuffle perk, which makes it even harder. Does let you change the skip amount if you want. Okay, after this code, or after this VOD, for the next one, I will change it. Okay. Deep dive. Why are we deep diving? Can anyone tell me? How is this working? So first off, we were able to get relatively close here. Closer than in previous jumps. So this is like not as far as we've seen. But why do we all of a sudden just deep dive? Why are we just going? Well, Kitsune. And probably beat afterwards. They know. He knows this is risky. But, I mean, I think partially also, I don't think they were ready for him to do this. Proud is on Sombra and he's stage deep. He sees his Sombra on the backline. His Kiriko goes, let's go with Kitsune. And he just goes. He just, bam, immediately connects with backline. And so that really goes to prove my point, right? Like, even at this level, with this amount of off-angle control and Kiri Lucio, if you see an opportunity to go for backline safely and or with follow-up, just go. That's the end goal with Winston right there, right? Yeah, it applies to any dive tank, right? It applies to any time with Hazard, Diva, Doomfist, Wrecking Ball, Winston, whatever. When you cannot connect with backline safely, you need to clear out the angles, clear some space, so that you can. The end goal is still the same. You're not doing it to protect your team. You're doing it to protect yourself. You're doing it to protect yourself. Can't believe they lost that. That's crazy. How can I retake space? We've got a beat engage, but they have support ults as well. Curious to see what perk that he... I'm honestly not sure what perk I would choose here. Your bubble breaks pretty fast versus Freya. And there are opportunities for chain lightning, and Donghack, as you guys have seen, is really good with his alt fire. So, now there's no way that they're going to be able to... He's taking a little too much damage here. Little too much damage. Little too much damage. So he's getting scouting. But because it's Freya, he's not looking here, so he's surprised at the Freya angle, so he ends up taking a lot of damage. Already think of the sub.
Wow, 1 year,
Congrats
like
on the new badge. And unfortunately, instead of being able to chill here and wait, his team decides to go. So again, we're getting just dumped by Freya for every peak. Now, Freya's especially bad at this in terms of vomiting damage onto Winston, but this is a problem versus any hits gain character. You got to be really careful about how much damage. I think the most important fundamental for Winston is have a corner or cover or something that you allow you off of your dive to live, like somewhere to hide, right? Unless you have a beat. And then number 2, stop taking damage between bubble cycles. Just stop taking damage. And even at this level, with the communication, the synchronization, the team play, it's not perfect. It is a nice deep dive, though. It's juicer. It's a juicer. And actually, T1 gets really unlucky here. Do you guys? I want you guys to... This is not a Winston focus thing, but look at the team play here. What's the plan here? What's the plan? Can you guys predict it? Besides beat engage. We know beat engage is happening, right? But what's the plan? Look at this. Listen. Proud tries to EMP the beat from Showwrong. He's sitting on backline looking to be able to cancel the beat. Listen carefully. Listen. I mean, that is a land def right there. That is unbelievably close. Proud almost gets it. He purposely is sitting there waiting for it, and they almost got him. Yes, and the bubble almost also isolates the Freya exactly. Doesn't quite get it. So they're gonna lose this fight. They should lose this fight anyway. But it almost worked. It is hard to scout as wins without taking a time advantage against Freya. That is very true. So you have to choose your battles. You have to choose your battles. In other words, you have to peek, and then when you know, you don't peek again. Or if you see updraft, don't peek. If I'm not focused during my game, so I still improve, you can, but especially if you're a newer player. Okay. Will T1 turn it around? The good news is that some of the points here are a lot more congested, which makes things a lot easier for bubble value. So Ball loves these big open spaces, time to set up. He's not concerned about big open space. He's super fast. He's super flanky. He's Ball, right? Winston, you know, he ain't a Reinhardt or a Malga necessarily, but if of all the dive tanks, getting close to targets is really, really, really important. And so for him, he might do a little better than Wrecking Ball in a slightly more congested space. Taking too much damage, disengage. Don't force your bubble if you can just disengage it. Now, he's saying goes for backline, but he's out of dashes, so that's going to force his Suzu. He does get skewed, though. And they're going to keep going, I think, because of Kitsune. I was wondering why they kept going, but it's because of Kitsune. So notice he has another support ult in his back pocket. If you don't have a support to coordinate and communicate that with, you're probably best playing that one a little bit more cautiously between your bubbles. Goes deep. He's got bubble. He's on backline. We'll primal to chain that. There's the TP. Keep going. And he gets her. Probably did a low to ground to high ground beat. Yeah, you can cancel or shorten the animation of beat if you land on a high ground, because you go up, and if you can just catch something, you drop the beat faster. Okay, John is going to go Winston here. Again, kind of echoing what I said about the points being perhaps more friendly with Winston with how congested they are. Tracer down resources, and this is huge. So we talked about angles, right? Being able to jump and access backline here. So Proud says, let's dive deep, let's dive deep. Lip goes backwards. This is a huge mistake from Lip, because as Lip goes to try to mark the Tracer Sombra, Donghack just walks on backline for free. Look at his HP. He's on the backline. He hasn't taken a single lick of damage. That's insane. So the lane is free. This is what's going to happen in ranked. You're going to see your back. You're going to see an opportunity to dive, and there's not going to be anybody there. Take it. Take it. Take it. Notice he's also used a couple of seconds here so that by the time his bubble breaks, he'll have his jump again. And there it is. So he's actually going to go deeper here. A little risky. The UI is bugged with... he's chosen his major. It's just really weird with replays. He took bubble healing? Interesting. Okay. Hey, Magister. Oh, we're going in greedy here. We see... Yeah, we're calling EMP, 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 EMP. And we can connect with backline. And you're noticing that whenever he can... So basically, we're not always landing directly on our targets, and there's a very important reason why that's the case. Because if you focus only on landing on your targets, you might die. Because sometimes it's more important to jump to a location with cover near the target so that you can zap them, bait their attention without dying by yourself some time. But if you're not worried about survivability, if you think that you're going to be safe, the landing damage, especially with the melee combo or even just zapping, is really, really good. So right now... we greeted that. We don't actually hit the landing damage there, but it does mean that we're close enough to continue to zapping after we landed. Our team commits, we go. So for you guys out there that are playing Winston, the crucial thing is going to be if you have a safe jump to get the landing right on top of them. If you don't have a safe jump, be thinking about cover instead. It's weird that he's saying he's going Reaper here. It really might just be a map architecture thing where Frey doesn't have as much here. Thank you for the 3 cents, Magister. That's true, Surly. So bubble healing, depending on how his team is positioning. Maybe he's saying just went Reaper to come back faster. I'm not sure. Cover, cover, cover. Don't take too much damage. Marking that angle. Marking that angle. Looking for an opportunity to dive. He's looking for backlane. Lip knows that. We're not going to let you take no damage here. Yeah, they try to kill the beat. They didn't quite get it. He's down his bubble. He's got to be careful. They get Freya low. He's got Primal. He's going to keep going. He's hitting the alt fire. Primal's used. Closest target is Winston, who's half and does not have Primal, so it's just the easiest kill, right? Next target, probably Lucio here. Man, that alt fire is good. Almost as good as mine. This is also the legendary Commander X map where, well, you guys, if you guys know, you know. Really good with his alt fire mechanics. Beautiful stuff. Way too much damage being taken here. I don't know if that was the feed Kitsune or beat or what. Or, I mean, he knows he has pocket, but it wasn't my favorite choice from Donghack so far. That would be a play that you would see if you were like 80% on Kitsune and you wanted to enter this fight with a Kitsune ult. So, why no Freya? Sojourn's really good here. There's a lot of flat sightlines, and she's really good versus the comp. It might also be that Proud is not feeling it right now. So could be that as well. Could be that as well. Alt fire. It's really important he doesn't take damage now, though, because this is too late in the fight to be taking damage. Notice that we're going to rotate our angle, because I don't want to get poked by Tracer. If I can't fight Tracer off of this angle, I really don't want to get poked from 2 different angles. It just doesn't feel good. Now, the question is, are we going to play to stall point because these guys are going to primal my backline and do I just want to bubble, or do I want to try to hit on backline here? Do I want to sneak around behind? Because of Primal Rage, I wouldn't be surprised if we just try to stall point and hold backline. Yeah, so here it is. This is Primal Rage in my backline. So I'm going to zone backline, but I know I'm not going to kill them. I'm not going to get any help. So I'm just going to bubble, avoid taking damage, ask nothing of my supports because I know they won't be able to help me, and that's all. Look at that. Zap, 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 zap. Don't take any damage, don't take any damage, don't take any damage. And then we Kitsune. Now I'm going to keep going because I see an opportunity and I see cooldowns being used. But again, that's only because of Kitsune. only because of Kitsune, and his backline is still being primaled, so he knows he can't demand too many resources. You notice again, every time the opportunity for a kill actually matters, his jump accuracy is so important, right? So you can't just be like, oh, that's good enough. Like that's so important. So when he jumps here, he is right on her. Bam! If that Suzu doesn't come in, T-Sing's dead right now. And again, bam! Right smack dab in the middle. Nowhere for the supports to go. Nowhere for Freya to go. Freya is usually played by the hit scan character, but it depends on the team. Because she requires a lot of positioning flexibility that traditional flex DPS characters are good at, but she requires a lot of aim, which a lot of hit scan characters are traditionally good at. So a lot of teams have been experimenting with it. I think Heesang goes Pharah here for gimmick. I think they're trying to make something work. They're trying to Pharah's really good in this point. Heesang's really good Pharah. Now this is a mistake. This is a mistake. It's not bad to zone backline when there's actually combat happening elsewhere. In other words, this is what's called a trade, where you focus on zapping targets, forcing cooldowns, while your team is shooting the Winston or shooting the Pharah or shooting the Tracer, right? So that, you know, yeah, you got your bubble force, but we forced recall and some blinks. What's the problem right here? It's too early. How do you know? What's happening off screen? What's Lip doing? What's Junbin doing right now? What are the Winston and enemy Tracer doing right now? Well, you say team can't see, but we don't always need follow-up on our dives, right? At least on those specific targets. The problem is that my team isn't doing anything right now. They're doing nothing. There's no Winston to shoot. There's no Tracer to shoot. There's no Pharah to shoot. So this bubble doesn't force any cooldowns. Why? Because there isn't anything there to shoot. So I used bubble and got nothing. And that's a problem. Because now we're going to see Kitsune and a Junbin jump onto my Sojourn. And instead of like last fight where I was able to control the backline with Kitsune and my bubble while my team is getting primaled, now Donghak has nothing. So it's important you let the enemy team walk in before you spring your trap. If the Tracer's on your backline, Summer's on your backline, spring a trap. If the tank dives your backline, spring a trap. But nothing was happening. So there's no cooldown trade happening. And so he has to full out. And as a result, space is filled and his teammates die. And he's got his bubble again. This peel is odd. I'm not going to lie with you guys. There is a... I don't like this. There is a Tracer without recall right here. There's also Kiri and there's also Lucio right here. I really do not like this play from him at all. He needs to walk here and zap, maybe bubble, and deal with the threats that are right next to him. This is the same problem of him jumping with the Freya across the map. This is a Winston that's full HP. This peeling doesn't work. As you saw, it doesn't work. You're not a good peeler. So, and then meanwhile, he let the backline walk for free. I don't like this decision from him at all. Better to control backline when you had bubble. The targets that are available to you, better targets. Yeah, it's not good. Wouldn't it make someone to have somebody back cap the point? Yeah, I think Lip was on the way to do that, but obviously Donghak went a little early. So yeah, actually really, really bad fight from Donghak all the way through. Poor initial bubble trade, poor secondary bubble trade. You basically just let Crazy Raccoon win that one. I'm not gonna, I mean, we're gonna highlight the good things here, but I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that it wasn't bad. It was bad. Okay, we're gonna go Wrecking Ball, retake. Now, I think the Wrecking Ball is for, I think it's for the Pharah, honestly. Like, it sounds crazy, but like, if you can force some support cooldowns and cause some chaos, Pharah dies isolated. And we've already seen Donghak's aim with the alt fire. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's for the Pharah. We're gonna force point, back cap, as somebody in the chat was saying, back cap, force him back. Come to me, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. He gets the slam. Doesn't quite get the grapple he wants. I'm surprised he didn't hold the grapple, but maybe because he's going to get booped by Lucio no matter what he does. Yeah, so he gets his grapple force, he adapts the shield, slams, gets Suzu, disengages. And they're going to beat engage, and they're just going right... Yeah, they're going for the Pharah, man. They're going right for the Pharah. They have beat engage. Crazy Raccoon had nothing, I guess, at that point. Maybe they got a little greedy. That was also a very early Suzu from Shu. All right, they got to touch. Can they touch? I don't know if they can touch, chat. They have to touch with Primal Rage, I think. There it is. Slam his backline. Don't worry about the primal rage. The targets are right in front of you. Focus on what's in front of you. Suzu, or TP, blinks. Goes backwards to chase a target. He sees Pharah. And yeah, again, like the... it's weird to see it, but it is a good matchup. And just stays on whatever he can access. Yeah, it was fine. But I think forcing some targets that are a little bit too far away, and obviously a couple of poor bubble trades, taking a little bit too much damage first fight. You could definitely see a lot of the things that are done really well here, but you know, it's not perfect. I think one thing that's worth highlighting is just the importance and the value of the accuracy of his jumps and the accuracy of his alt fire. You know, this was a big deal. So solid game from Donghak, but I heard he had a great series. Maybe Colosseo, the map prior to this one, I believe, or no, after this one was better. Because to be honest, I think Donghak played okay. But the good news is that even from his mistakes, we got some stuff to talk about. So, yeah. Any questions? Because I believe the Alpha Yi POV I recorded is the same map. So we'll look at a DPS player on Lucio at the professional level. Surely that will be top tier. I'm gonna get some water really quick. Surely. It's your worst point with Pharah? Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, but there's some verticality there that can make it work. Okay, well, I guess we, somebody said, is the VLC skip settings? Oh, bless you, explosions. VLC, let's see here. Tools, preferences, tick show settings, all, hotkey settings, which would be there, short jump length to, we'll say, 6. Thank you very much. That saves me a huge amount of time. Is that a Mandalorian shirt? Yes. I think it's cool. I used to be a Boba Fett fan when I was a kid. I'm not as big of a fan of the TV show, but I think it's cool, the thing. Tools in hand, brain and gear, yes. Nonchalant Sigma King. Talk about Alpha Yi or me? I hope me, but I don't think so. So, full transparency here. Full transparency. Let's talk a little bit about Alpha Yi. Let's talk a little bit about y'all. So, Alpha Yi, let's pull up the old Liquipedia. You watch Andor? Yes. Big fan. Alpha Yi, way back in the day, played for the Washington Justice, the Spark, and he was a phenomenal player. Just a prodigy. He was the best player on the team. Crazy. Argument for being in the top 3 or 4 for, you know, MVP that season. He's just phenomenal. And since then, he's still great. He's a phenomenal DPS player. I am not familiar with what Zeta Division's current struggles or focuses are. However, they have put him on support. He has officially transitioned to support. With Pelican and Flora on DPS, who are both no shabbies, no, what's the term I'm looking for? Not shabby at DPS themselves. I mean, Pelican, I think, is arguably one of the greatest projectile DPS players in the history of the game, along with Bernard and Tang Finn. And so he's transitioned to mains. No slouch. That's it. Thank you. Bless you. Hey, Poke. And so he's now support. Now, I have briefly... there's no way he has it. Yeah, backbone. Okay. He is also capable of flex support, playing Zenyatta for London Spitfire during the 2020. I coached Backbone, Boneback, for those that remember, when we needed a support player and a double flex support player because Admiral wasn't good enough for those characters. And he did very well. So I am familiar with DPS players' game. when it comes to playing support, because shocker, a lot of the instincts are similar, especially with certain support heroes. Do damage, find angles, support what you can, use cooldowns as you can, but it's not quite as crazy as you may think. Main support in terms of the Brigitte Lucio players, traditionally Brigitte Lucio players, are a little bit more unique because they have more unique mechanics and unique positions compared to some of the more traditionally aim-oriented characters. And so, to my knowledge, this is probably the biggest DPS to support transition that we've ever seen, because we're not just going to more characters that shoot, although Lucio is kind of that. It's a very unique character at that. Now, spoiler alert here, I watched some of Alfie's Brig on Nepal. I was not impressed. It is a trickier matchup. You're playing into Farah, sure. It's not easy, but I was not impressed. So I'm curious to see how this DPS prodigy here is going to continue his transition, because this is, in theory, going to be even harder with Lucio. Because Lucio is one of the most uniquely challenging characters in the game, support or not support. So the ban's great question. I imagine if you are... So who are they even playing here? I need to actually look this stuff up here really fast. So this was Zeta Division, OWCS Japan. This is Korean, obviously, but it's streamed through Japan. And it is Old Ocean. Old Ocean. So the Brig ban does not surprise me, because let me pull it up here. You want the son of a gun on Lucio. You want the fraud on Lucio. Put the man on Lucio. Show me what you got, jackass. You're playing versus an actual Lucio player. I'm not familiar with Kivas' game. Or I mean, not a Lucio player, but you're going to force him to play not Brig. Now, interesting here, it says they banned Juno, so maybe Brig was never on the table here. This isn't a very open map for Brigitte, so maybe that's actually not the case. But yeah, long story short here, Old Ocean, we're pulling them to a map, certainly, where Alfie is going to have to play something that isn't Brigitte. Going to have to play something more open. Yeah, so I don't know here. I don't know. So we're going to see, how does a DPS player do on Lucio at the highest level. Now, I don't think Old Ocean is a top tier Korean team. But they are solid. They've done well. Let's see how they do in this. Now, things I'm looking at with Lucio. Doing things and not dying. Movement, mechanics, cover usage, wall riding, amp management obviously is crucial. Knowing when to boop, because when you don't have boop, you are more vulnerable to dive threats, specifically tanks. But not dying isn't good enough. You have to actually go and do things, hit shots on tracers, not get bolted by Freya, be able to move quickly from point A to point B. My expectations, frankly, are low. Let me actually update the headline here at the bottom. I don't have high expectations, not because I don't like Alfie. It's just I don't know that you can pick up these things immediately. So my expectations are low. I'll be pleasantly surprised with even the bare minimum of Lucio execution here. No Violet things. Well, kind of. Well, Violet was also probably a little bit more mechanically competent than I'd expect Alfie to be on this character. So we'll have to wait and see. He's up on the short angle. Flora dies. You can't help that. Probe is just a nutcase. We're on heal aura because we're not really moving. I would prefer us to stay on the wall, but it looks like we're fully disengaging, so maybe not. Yeah, we're doing Cervasa again, man. You're going to get real familiar with this map between these two POVs we're looking at. Now, don't get probed. Close the distance. Walk forward. We're going to amp speed in. And this is already where I'm not super impressed. It's difficult to cross this open space safely, and so we check that box. All right, good stuff. Loves and kisses. We're proud of you. We catch the wall there. We amp speed in here. However, immediately our attention needs to, if possible, not be on the enemy hazard. The reason why this is the case is because you can endlessly vomit damage into the big fat guy and it ain't gonna kill him. Your shots have to turn this corner and you must shoot Becky in the face. You must shoot Becky. You must. And this is a good reminder for Lucio players as a whole, is your damage versus tanks is fine until the tank uses a mitigation cooldown. Block, fortify, shield, and so on. Then even just tickling a proximity target, somebody else that's close, that's your job. Uncle Kong, think of the 6-month subscription. So for right now, this is just not the most rewarding focus, the biggest return on investment. That's a good boot. Threw off the timing there. Kill still happens. But that's all right, all things considered. But you can see there wasn't enough pressure on Becky earlier enough. That meant Hazard took too much damage. That meant Tracer did not take enough damage. And so while the movement has been okay, the positioning has been okay, who we're shooting at the point in time, not good enough for me. Speculation was that Violet needed to go in a non-Korean team to dodge mandatory military service. Makes sense. Oopsies. Kiriko down. Rat down. Rat down. Don't get shot. Don't get shot. We're amping. What was the amp here for? Kind of pushing. Okay. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Don't get hit by Hazard. He's looking at Hazard. Hazard uses cooldowns. We need to vacate or fill that space. We walk forward, take top left. Capping point. We hear Freya cooldowns. We amp in. And this is crucial. You see the problem with where our attention is going, and this is where you can tell the difference between a top tier Lucio and a bottom tier Lucio. Again, it's not bad to focus the tank if you can get in a position to maybe deny his disengage or boop him out, but we have the power of wall hacks here and our eyeballs. We know Life Weaver's close, and we hear Tracer on the right. So we can do one of two things. We can either immediately dive to Life Weaver if we knew he was there, which maybe we don't, or we can deal with the Tracer off to our right so that while we're walking forward and taking space, we're not getting shot in the butt cheeks by the rat, right? It's your job. Because as opposed to that, what have we done instead? Nothing. Nothing. So now we actually have to go backwards to deal with Tracer. And worse than that, because we went backwards to deal with Tracer, Finn's getting absolutely smoked. Suzu's forced. This is our job. And it's not our job. I want you guys to read my lips. This is not our job because Lucio has to deal with Tracer all the time. It's because the hazard is far, Tracer is not. And when we asked to go for the Tracer when the hazard was right there, it's because both were close. This isn't even a Lucio unique aspect. You focus the squishy that's close unless the tank is closer most of the time, right? There's obviously depending on certain characters like hit scans, but for the most part, you focus on what's close. The problem with Alpha is we're so locked into our job with Hazard because of our inexperience with this role that we're failing to address the other threats and they're more important. Right now, Hazard's the priority. Why? Because he's close, there's a risk of a dive, and there's nothing else closer. This is our job right here. But then once Hazard disengages and continues to disengage, and we walk forward right as we get our amp in 3, 2, 1, it needs to be, can I kill something that's actually killable, not the Hazard currently right now, or can I deny something that's actually harassing my team, not the Hazard right now. And this is a very important fundamental of Lucio. You either need to close the distance and harass threats or prevent threats from getting on top of you, and Hazard isn't it right now. Yes, we try to deal with two things at the same time, but to be fair to him, I'm glad that he ran away from Hazard because Hazard just wasn't a threat. So now this is fine, big values, but the problem is that it's already cost us our Suzu. And so while we win the fight, if marginally, overextension, careful. Your team is not going that deep, and that's going to cost us our amp. We got to be careful. So take a short range position, an angle, a wall, and decide what we want to do. With where my Diva Tracer's positioned, I wouldn't mind us taking a little bit more space. Walking forward just a wee bit. It's always difficult with Freya. I don't understand what's happening right here. Yeah, this is definitely with the inexperience. Okay, so let's talk about this. So before Pelican dies, I wouldn't have minded a little bit more proximity with how we're positioning, just maybe a little bit closer here, maybe a little bit more proactivity with how we're holding, just to be in a better position to deny Hazard or to look for Tracer. But regardless if that's the case, I don't understand the amp. I frankly just don't understand the amp. And in addition to that, I want you guys to listen carefully and tell me, where should Alpha Yi's focus be? So we're amping healing even though nothing's really happening. And just for context, amping healing is about 150 healing, I believe. With the DPS passive, that's about 130 healing. Yeah, it's not much. And it means that you lose your mobility cooldown. So right now, where should our attention be? Yeah, Duck's got it. Listen. You see it? That's our job. Why? Because we heard her, she was there, and she was right there. Why are we looking forward when there's everything a million miles away and we're not even pushing? We're standing still. You need to look at what's close, especially if that something is the squishy. And so once again, this Tracer's uncontested. Actually, where we were in a perfect position to harass and mark this Tracer. By mark, I mean dueling the Tracer with the intention of stopping her from doing things. We didn't. She's still actively harassing backline, and she just forced Suzu. And so now we're dealing with the Tracer. Good job, good job, good job. But what it is we've let the problem become a threat. We've let it become it's no longer a problem. It's an actual threat, and that's our fault. And that's the inexperience right there. We don't know where to put our attention because he doesn't play Lucio. And even here, we're just walking at a point. We walk into the Hazard. Post recall here, you need to maybe think about booping Hazard, but you don't want to walk into the Hazard necessarily. If anything, we should be keeping our distance, make sure he doesn't lunge and then boop him, or look at the Tracer, because both are good here. Both are threats right now. He's intimidated by the Jaehong Lifeweaver? Yes. So one of the crucial concepts of Lucio is finding those positions where you can deny people who want to get close to your team, or get close to people that they don't want to get close to you, right? You Frogger on Widowmakers, right? You boop the Winstons, you harass the Tracers, you harass the Genjis, you dive the Anas when you see opportunities. And right now, we're neither going in aggressively on Lifeweavers when we see opportunities, nor are we keeping Hazards and Tracers away. A lot of attention are on Hazard when we're either getting in his face or giving attention when he's not a threat, and we're letting Tracer, who is getting on very close to us, right in our effective range, and we're letting her walk onto us for free. I'm being very critical here, not because I'm trying to beat up an Alpha. I, again, have very little expectations for him. He is a smart person, a smart player, and I'm sure he'll pick these things up. It's been such a tiny point of frame compared to how many other people have been playing Lucio at this point in time. My point being is I'm going to use his errors to kind of coach the game for everyone else. Yeah, it does feel like his amps aren't as thoughtful either as well. That amp heal was atrocious given what we were actually doing with it, which was nothing. We amp on our speed rotation there. It's probably not necessary. I don't love amp speeding there either. I prefer it when we have the fight, but it's not terrible. We should have it by the time the fight starts. This feels as if we're looking to connect with backline with amp. I can smell the blood in the water right now. I think we want to beat engage, which is going to be fine. The question is the beat going to be timed well? Are we going to have an amp, and are we going to do anything connect with it mechanically? Let's see. Okay, no Hazard slash. We can say go point. We say go point. He's looking at Tracer. You can tell we're going to amp. We're going to beat here, I think. Yeah. So you could tell because he sees Kitsune and he's like, oh, we're still going. We're still going. Get in there. Can't go with Freya. Decides, okay, maybe I can. Or found Lifeweaver. It's not terrible. It was good movement from him. Good movement from him. A little bit awkward mechanically on that Lifeweaver there, but not too shabby. As a Tracer, how do you deal with a Lucio that usually does their job? You just have to force... So Tracer versus Lucio is very much a skill matchup, and whenever this is a skill matchup, you just need to force more cooldowns than him. Force his amp, force a Kirikou to pocket him, force a 2v1. Just don't take damage and do damage. Move better. It's the same thing. There is no strategic hack. We're controlling the space. We're expecting a dive from Hazard. Hazard doesn't come. So we go to point. Okay, who's close? Who can I deal with right now? A little bit of ADHD. We need a little bit of faith. We need a little bit of faith. I would much prefer... So, let me ask you guys a question. With the information that we have about Tracer and Hazard, where are the threats from the enemy team? This is a really important one. So we're going to level up our understanding of Lucio here, okay? Where are our threats? So this Tracer here, Hazard here. Okay. We just watched on this very map Winston. And we talked about how diving all the way across the map, great distances to get to a backline is generally not good. It's going to take Hazard block, wall, lunge, Tracer at least 2 blinks, if not 3 to get here. So you guys tell me, where should my Lucio be? Do you think that there are going to be threats at this distance onto these targets? Yeah, with Diva, right lane, yes. Why? Because the way to get close to backline is to get to here, or to get to here safely, or to get to clear this out. So with Lucio, if everybody is a million miles away, you need to walk forward and help your team control space. With cover, on a wall, but they are going to assault this angle first. Why? Because if they can win this trade and force these guys back, then they can get here, and then they can connect with your backline. So we need to fight for that forward position so that we can get to the back line position. And so right now, Alfie is like, oh no, they're going to dive my backline. Look at them. Look at them. You see the Tracer. You see the Hazard. Look how far away they are. Go help the guys on the right out. So certainly after they've used cooldowns on the right, I hope Alpha Yi goes there. But really, he should have been there to start because he knows that they're going to have to go there first. Now, if Hazard had flanked all the way around the left or Tracer was about to blink in through here, then maybe we got to worry about it. But you got to it's more about preventative care a lot of the time. We're waiting until things connect with their backline before we deal with it. So this is good, but would have liked if he'd been there to start. And as long as we're able to use and control that space, then they're not going to ever connect with their backline. Now, I'm confused by our amp. I don't understand the amp at all. It's not married to attention. It feels like, if anything, we amp and then we decide we have to do something with it, so we call a push. But it feels very oddly timed. There was amp, 1, 2, then we did something? Not good. Yes, we're putting out small fires. And then this here is poorly played. How should you play this, chat, as a Lucio player? What's your number one friend as a Lucio player? What's your number one friend as a Lucio player? A wall, right, a cover, exactly. Or boop, yeah, a wall. A wall. You cannot take a duel without a wall. You need to LOS this Tracer. In other words, you need to get behind a wall. You force recall, get behind a wall, get a little healing, go back in, do it again, get behind healing, ooh, bait, circle around, whoop, 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 you know? Lucio's a war of attrition guy. He's only going to burst kill you if you're not paying attention at all. Other than that, the longer the 1v1 goes, the better it is for him. He's sitting on the floor in the open trying to stall a point that there's no rush. He's got plenty of time to give, and he dies in a one fight. Alfie has truly become a support player. He's boosted in terrible... that's a joke, chat, just so you guys know. Yeah, proactively control space, go back and deal with the Tracer, but don't die for it, please. All right. W, one in the bag. The GOAT at DPS, the GOAT at Lucy, the GOAT at Brigitte, the Doubters and Shambles. He's got his perk. He's feeling perky. He's amping stuff. We're moving around. He's melee spamming like a real one. We swapped the heal song for some reason. I don't know why, but that's okay. Minor detail, doesn't matter. Here comes the amp. Here comes the sauce. I'm predicting a Blade or Kitsune rush engage on the back line. Trying to look for Jaehong. They're trying to connect with that Weaver. A lot of this is also live time learning because you could definitely tell that these guys are like, what the frick do we do versus this? Checking for Tracer. Hazard on our screen. Tracer on our screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, you should know the answer to this. Should my Lucy be sitting like a beat dog in the back, crying and whimpering in the back line? But because we see all the threats in front of us here, where should we be? Why aren't the perks showing up? It's a visual bug with replays. Maybe here. This wall. Maybe here. Didn't help defend the space. There's nothing on my back line right now. In. Yeah. Yes! Hazard and Tracer. We go with the Tracer just because she's right there. Good stuff. Sorry for all the fractals. VLC is not always the best, to be frank with you guys. But yeah, good attention there. I'm surprised he actually walked away. Amp speed. Don't like the transition to heals there. We're still full HP, so we still a little work with the RM range, but I would have stayed on that Tracer there. Now we look at the Hazard because he's close. Hazard disengages. We transition to speed. Don't overextend past your tank. That's very careful that you don't do that. Now we go back to Hazard because we're right in front of our Diva, playing cover, playing wall, loves and kisses. Maybe can catch the Hazard here. Yeah, good stuff. That was not mechanically great. This son of a gun. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, chat, I got so disoriented for a second. I'm legitimately my brain is broken. Because they flipped the map, I got so confused for a second. Okay, maybe not the best mechanical thing ever, but again, our expectations, but pretty good. We amped off of a push. We looked at the close squishy. Then when the squishy was dealt with, we looked at the close tank. And then we also didn't overextend and push into the wide open space. We did push aggressively, but we always stayed near a wall. I thought for sure he was touching spawn door. I was like, that's the DPS player right there, man. I thought for sure. Am I going to react to the Rebels balance changes? Probably not. I'm very much out of touch, and so my commentary would not be helpful, accurate, or insightful. Okay. We're helping hold control. I like this a little bit better because we're kind of holding forward. Okay, looks like we're going in with Blade. They are interesting. I'm curious to hear what you guys think then. There's these weird transitions to heals. Oh, look at him go! Dude, he's evolving live time right now. Okay, so first off, holding a forward corner instead of sitting way in our back line when all of our threats are up front, right? So there's nothing harassing my back line, so we're up front. We're holding a corner. Good stuff. We're ready for the Hazard. We amp action. We see my Genji go in, we go in and we amp with him. But we don't feel the need to go all the way on the back line here. Instead, we do it what I call a drive-by. As we're pushing forward, we see a threat along the way, and we deal with that threat. Tracer, you are not going to harass my Genji or my backline as they walk in here. I'm going to go in and knock you out. And then move immediately to a wall. Okay, so he shouldn't have been... Okay, so... He should have kept moving to the left, you know what I'm saying? Off to the corner. But honestly, dude, this is an evolution. We're seeing him evolve. I'm happy. There's progression there. We used cover better. We actually looked at the Tracer as we were pushing instead of ignoring her or over focusing too much backline, and we actually amped action for once. Beat was fine too. Go, 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 go. No heal song. Get it. Just drive by that. No. See, look how, go, get the Tracer. Get her. No! Like, it's just go. Bam. You're not doing anything here. What are you protecting? Why are you in heal song? You gotta move. Like, one boop or shots here. Maybe we can save our Kiri there. So there's just these moments of odd, even the amp speed or heal there, and then we dive the hog. So there's a lot of poor RA usage. With Alpha, you can definitely tell he's a bit clunking it up here. So, okay. Yeah, they don't have a main support player. They don't have a Lucio player. Okay. What's next? Let's close the distance. Use the walls. What's the next step? Gonna rotate off right. Looks like we might consider flipping the map again. Looks like we're going to. Get a little bit of aggression because we see everything on our screen. We're checking for Tracer. Tracer's off to our left. We kind of backtrack to deal with Tracer. This makes more sense because our backline is under threat. There is a Tracer directly at us, so we should be dealing with that Tracer because we're close to her. Yeah, okay, it's not it's not great in terms of, we kind of lost her for a second there, but that's okay. Yeah. I mean, look, We're trying. We're trying. He's doing his best, okay? We're actually doing the right thing for once, right? We're trying. We're trying, man. Like, you know, I don't think he was expecting the Tracer to push post recall. You know, it's not great, but you know what? It's a good try. I respect it. We're gonna try to get the touch. We do. We're gonna lose anyway. Please don't amp heals and stand on the floor. I swear this guy, occasionally Alpha Yi looks like a plat, and it's when somebody is not full HP and he has amp. You could blindfold me and tell me, and I would think that this guy was plat. Like, what? He's just like, and very oddly fixated on things that don't matter either. That's just terrible. You know, like, you either amp speed and go die, or you get out and then you sit with your Freya, so maybe she gets dove. I don't understand. Yeah, it's just the nerves, you know, and then the muscle memory kicks in, and then it's like watching me play Lucio, obviously a lot better than me, but like where I know how to play Lucio, I just don't play the character at all, or I'm just awful, and I have to put like so much thought and energy into doing the right things mechanically. So then, like, when things happen, I'm just like, oh, I'm going amp, heal, shoot, block. So, yeah, okay. I absolutely gog. I'm a big gogger myself. They call me Spilo Goggins. That's not that funny. Okay. We're worried about Tracer. Where's Tracer? Let's be brave, though. Let's be brave. Too much cowardice. When you have the wall, you don't need to be scared of Becky. You know what I'm saying? You can hold this corner here and spam this out, you know? You can handle that. You don't need to be pulled so far back, right? Like, you need to be pulled far back to meet the person that is coming for your backline. It just feels like we're a bit, like, sensory overloaded here, and maybe the pole storm's kind of giving us a little bit of PTSD, and you see it even there. All this attention on Tracer, all this distance, and we're still getting freaking slashed by Hazard. You know what I'm saying? And he's got the perk for the distance, but yeah, Alpha is freaking cooked. Ah! Okay, amp speed, and we're in. Okay, do we just go for Hazard, though? We really need that boop on Brig. We really need that boop on Brig right now. And this is where right now, this is where like the goats really show themselves. Where there's an amp, complete chaos. There's Blade, there's Beat. We need a kill here. Probably not Freya, frankly. Or we need connections here. You can tell he's initially thinks about Hazard and goes, oh, no, I shouldn't be shooting Hazard. And he goes for Freya, but even that, it's just not a good target. So we waste our window to go offensive because we just don't know who to go for or how to go for him. There was a window there to at least get a trade, and they just didn't get it. Can we help her? Don't amp heal. No, gosh, my cheeks are just... Don't do this. Please do not amp heal, especially a tank. Get the guy out. Amp speed, amp speed, amp speed, amp speed. It significantly reduces the amount of damage that he's taking. You just, no, please don't do this, guys. John Wall, thank you for the gifted sub. Can we live? We're on the wall. We'll stay on heals because we're kind of standing still. And we're looking for speed. We hear Tracer on the right. Tracer's on the right. Yes, 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 Alpha Yi. Good speed. Good. Yes! Yes! He's amp speeding his team and shooting Tracer at the same time. Good. Yeah! Yeah! There it is. Not perfect with the shots, but that's it right there. Look at that. And they were able to successfully walk forward with amp speed and being able to focus on what's in front of them without worrying about the Tracer too much. Beautifully done. Nice! That was a beautiful, good trade right there. Honestly, that's serious. Beautiful. Some of the best stuff that we've seen from Alpha Yi so far. Good thing he didn't see Bernard in critical. Yeah, he might have stopped when he was doing an amp heal his tank, but hey, that's all right. Was it maybe not the best movement? So, I didn't really look at the movement. I'm not going to lie with you guys. So, he got whipped there. So, as he walks, probably would have been better not to be here, but closer to the wall and out towards the corner here. That was better there. And then he ends up on the floor again here. But still okay. I thought Alfie was a DPS player. Well, they haven't had an emergency swap, I think, because Violet went MIA. Violet is jumping into EMEA, so you don't really know why. Sure, help the off angle with your Genji. Love to see it. Nice close range. Playing this wall here. Love to see it. Playing the wall. Playing the wall. Checking the corner. He's thinking about it. I love this space control here. Tracer tries to use this angle. We mark her out. And yes, we let the Tracer go for free, but we also help our Genji and ourselves go for free. Amp, speed, backline. Deals with the hazard because he's close. It's okay. Sure, this is all right. That's okay. He wasn't in a good position to stop that slash. I hope we don't have to use beat here, but oh man, it's a messy fight. Yeah, this is okay fight. I was all right. Pilot found dead in the streets. We might beat this. Oh. Oh no, don't go for hazard. Of all the choices here right now, you have so many choices. Take a second, look around. There's a Tracer on you. There's a Life Weaver as well. So much. You see it just when we're not sure, we just go for what's the easiest thing in terms of the target, not necessarily who's actually the most effective. We need to be decisive here. We need to be decisive. Get off the cart. Get. No! Wow, he lives. That's incredible. I don't think it matters, so I think they lose this. Gets the touch. Stop looking only at hazard. Do we get the touch again? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, so long story short here, Alfie has some major issues with over-focusing tank, over-amping heal on his tank. Needs to work a little bit on his mechanics, his movement, amping action, and then keeping his focus on threats that are actually threats, right? And the reason I highlight these things again is because this applies to Lucio in ranked, in any situation. You know, controlling space, finding proximity. In Devolve fights, not just shooting the easy target, but the target that you can actually force the CDs off of. Finally found eating at KFC. All things considered, it could have been a lot worse. It wasn't shabby. He was obviously following a lot of team calls here and there, and this was obviously very early in his Lucio play. So if he continues to be the main support, to be the Lucio player for Zeta, we'll have to wait and see. Any questions, y'all? So Amheal is useful if you need it, or if there is a squishy who's critical, when you're not moving. When you're not moving. Let me kind of give you guys an example here. So like, let's say here, we have sped in, and we are on top of our Genji here. So right before my Genji gets slashed. You see that? So we amp, let's say we speed in, we get in that Brig, and my Genji's getting critical, like before he basically got destroyed by Brig Hazard. That would be a good time to sit on the wall up here and amp heal, because you're not really moving. Because even if it's 130, 140 healing over a few seconds, you know, it's a lot of healing on a 250 HP target, right? It's a very situational thing. Is boot perk not the worth in pro play? I don't know. I can see the consistent value of the boot perk. It might depend on what you're playing versus. But yeah. I don't think it's bad. Why am I wearing a wig? Thank you. You think most of them take the boops early? Okay, good to know. Okay, that was interesting, especially the Alpha E one. How am I today, stream? I'm doing okay. Let's do lazy React content. I'm freaking exhausted, guys. It's been a lot of coaching today. Boot plus bigger amp radius. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense given the professional play that we see. What we see here. Content suggestions. We can pull this up really fast here. Slot, my favorite. All right. Let's update stream title here. Might pee really fast, actually, too. cage your videos with insane thumbnails. I mean, yeah. All right, I'll be right back. You donated 52 cents to the streamer and you got aired? My bad, Freya. I didn't even notice, bro. That tells you how much I was paying attention. All right, think of the sub. Not only did I air you, I didn't even notice you. Oh, not you. Okay. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I definitely would have aired you. Thanks for the radar. It's hope you had a good stream, mate. All right, I'll be right back. Do you want to react to questions video? Yeah, we can kind of skim through this. We'll go through the previous stuff that's been posted, and see if there's anything that I haven't watched yet that I would like to watch again. Every time I say good luck in DMs, you lose the next map. Appreciate you too, Arts. Thank you. Let's do some, guys. We learned our lesson last time. Remember the background music? Do I still have it? Here, let's do it. Wait. Oh, it's just beautiful. Is that okay? Oh, I'm doing good, Melody. How are you? I don't know what the song is. This is just like random background, copyright-free background music. You're welcome, Freya. I saw it automated. Okay, let's see if there's anything in here. The state of Overwatch 2. Bro, I'm not doing this kind of thing, bro. This thumbnail alone, this tells you everything you need to look at. Again, okay. Time out. I guarantee you this is some bro schmo 1,000 sub no-namer trying to cash in and hating Overwatch for the algorithm. Nothing wrong with being low subscribers. We all start there. I've even seen some really high quality stuff from lower subscribers, but like people trying to cash in. Guarantee you. What was I gonna say? Lazy slop content. I almost want to click it, but I'm not going to. Honest thoughts on every tank hero from 2017. Yo. Okay, let me turn this down just a teeny bit. This might be interesting. He had 250 subscribers. Again, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just, the thing is, I'm more concerned about the quality of the video. Guarantee it's garbage.
What I think about a particular hero, whether or not I think they're overpowered, and generally just be completely honest with my thoughts about them. Whether you
We already have music here, so let's turn this down.
agree or disagree, it doesn't matter. These opinions are mine, and you have your
This
own.
is an 8-year video, So, yeah.
If you feel the same way I do, that's great. If not,
Thoughts on
explain why.
gaming for
I will be
Hope?
going over the tank heroes
don't know.
today, and we will be discussing them in order they appear on the character
Seems
select
fine.
screen, going
Just
from
the streamer,
left to right.
right?
The other two videos where I talk
Not
about
sure
the
what
offense
their
and defense
thoughts are
heroes
to have.
can be found in the description down below, and I guess those videos are kind of out of date by now because they have announced that they're combining the two classes together. Regardless, if I wanted to, I could just end the video right now by saying they're completely useless against Bridget because she basically sodomizes them all
Bridget.
6 ways from Sunday, but I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to do that to you. You clicked on the video to see what I think about these heroes, and let's be real here, you only clicked on it to get your opinion validated, because if that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have clicked on the video at all. All kidding aside, let's begin. First up is D.Va. D.Va, in my honest opinion, before her slight rework where she was given a resource meter and missiles, she was fine. The addition of a resource meter, in my eyes, lowered her skill floor and ceiling simply because the ability could be on call whenever she needed it. No longer do you have to worry about when and where you should use your defense matrix, because most often than not, you'll have it back before something important happens. Not only did the resource meter lower the overall skill required to play her, but also increased the skill required to properly play against her. After D.Va used her defense matrix, you knew she wouldn't be able to use it for another few seconds, which gave the enemy team a chance to react. That doesn't happen anymore, and because of how defense matrix is basically always available, even though she essentially has a shorter amount of time to use it, it being able to be used in spurts just makes it feel like she always fucking has it. This infuriates me.
I mean, I actually don't think he's wrong. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't mind. I don't think there's anything wrong inherently with the resource meter, but I do think the internal cooldown for Matrix is too low. I really do. I think that the window of opportunity between Matrix is basically nil. It's almost impossible to react to. It's actually kind of true. I definitely think it's true. I think that having it on a resource meter is totally fine, but it needs to be at least a quarter of a second, half of a second longer between matrices.
In a game where
So
basically
yeah,
everything
I actually
is
think
on a
that take
cooldown,
is kind of
having an
aged,
ability on a
kind of
resource-
sort of well. Maybe I don't agree. I do like the concept of it. I like it as a resource meter. I'm used to it right now, certainly. But yeah, there's some thought here.
meter just doesn't feel right.
No, I'm not saying that. I agree. It was overall a positive change, but his complaints are definitely true.
Especially if it's a strong ability like defense matrix. Yeah, Moira has a resource.
And you guys also have to remember that defensive matrix in Overwatch 1 was like Satan. Like D.Va okay, so D.Va is like top 1 or 2 most dominant characters in Overwatch 1 history, period, in terms of her professional relevancy. Up there with like Brigitte, you know, or I mean, honestly, yeah.
meter on healing, but I don't like that shitty.
Freya, I feel like I'm being baited. Is there a lost streamer, lost Redditor?
As for her micro missiles, well, I feel that they weren't needed. Being a tank and all, you would think her ability
I am indeed not Henry Cavill. I know it's a common
to revolve
error,
around well.
but
tank-
I have curlier hair, so
Apparently Blizzard thought otherwise. I understand she's an off tank, but buffing her offensive potential not long after nerfing Roadhog over his offensive capabilities is just kind of hypocritical in my opinion. Blizzard said that they wanted tanks to actually tank, yet they give D.Va another way to damage her opponents. Not only that, but they changed her flying ability to allow the use of weapons during.
I liked missiles. I don't know if I love missiles, but I think missiles at least feels like a cooldown to manage in a character that doesn't really have a cooldown to manage anymore, so I think it's okay.
Increasing her overall DPS per match. It just makes no sense from a player's point of view here. If you nerf Roadhog because you want your tanks to actually do their job and focus on tanking, why do you do the complete opposite with D.Va? Honestly,
Doing damage as a tank?
I'd be
Egads!
completely fine if she was reverted and we were given the old D.Va from the earlier days of Overwatch back. Do I think she's broken? No, she has enough hard counters to give her some trouble, most notably Zarya, Mei, Doomfist, and Bridget. And outside her defense matrix being available almost 24/7, she doesn't completely stop other heroes from doing what they need to be doing. If anything, I'd replace her micro missiles with another defensive ability, but that's just me.
I mean, keep in mind, this is old. This is 8 years old. My opinions have changed. Everyone's opinions have changed. No, this is not Grapes. Who the frick is Grapes? It sounds familiar.
Not sure what I'd give her though, I'd have to give it some thought. Following D.Va is Orisa. When Orisa first came out, I thought she was completely useless. Her shield was way too small for it to actually be useful.
That's right,
After
main
the
support
shield
dude,
size
yeah.
was increased,
I'm sure Grapes has
even
been
more
around
of an arc-like
forever.
shape, I felt that she would be much more viable, and holy fuck was I right, she was basically mandatory for the longest amount of time on defense, and even offense in some cases. Right now she seems to be in a pretty good spot.
She is? I don't think Orisa was mandatory or even optimally viable till like 2019? I don't know. This given the context of this video, I don't agree with this.
Her damage is decent, her grab ability is insanely useful and mandatory on King of the Hill maps, and her halt ability can save your ass in a sticky situation. Everything about her is a-okay in my opinion, other than her ultimate, of course. Don't get me wrong, it's useful, but it's kind of pointless when Mercy just about does the same thing while being able to be extremely mobile flying around. It also doesn't help Orissa's case that Mercy's health regenerates, and she could switch on the fly between damage boosting and chain healing her.
I love that we've the best part about this is like, okay, so I saw a really funny, let me see if I can find the tweet. Somebody complaining about how broken Freya is, which is 100% fair, but they did my favorite thing that people do when they complain about a hero, and they just read off the kit. Okay, I'm not gonna air this guy out, but this is what it says. Freya has, you ready for this one? Tracer's horizontal movement with instant reload, Ashe's verticality, Sojourn's damage, no fall off, fast charging range pulse bomb with hinder, 25% ult charge generation every 3 final blows, may slow from infinite range or sombra wall hacks, movement cooldown reset. I'm going to just read the kit off in a way that sounds as if every aspect of the character is unbelievably broken. My favorite part being the trace, like literally Freya has tracer blinks, right? But better because it's a reload. And my point being is that like we've been doing this since the dawn of time. And you can extrapolate anything is broken if you read it the right way. I'm not saying Freya is not broken, but it's not, when you read anything that way, it's going to sound broken, right? So this guy's like, yeah, he's just Bongo, but it doesn't heal you. And it's like, but Bongo was unbelievably broken at this point in time. Was it as strong as Valk? Maybe not. But like, he's like, oh yeah, Bongo's not that good. And then reads all the things that Valkyrie does. Anyway. Just ignoring the fact that Bongo does a significantly higher damage boost than Valk does, you know? And you could put it behind a wall. Bongo is Orissa's old ultimate. Chastity is broken. Is this what I think it is? Wait, hang on. Wait. Okay, hang on. Let me change this so that you guys can actually see it. React. Reddit React. Here you go. Whoops. The new hero Cassidy is so broken. Mashup of multiple characters, he does it better than all of them. His ult is broken. You have an aim lock ult that can one-shot every hero in the game and gains DR during it. Partner Fire is a slightly nerfed version of Surgeon Rogo with 2 times headshot multiplier. His RMB is busted. He unloads a gun in an instant and deals insane damage to tanks. My phone is ringing. We'll ignore it. His shift is overkitted. He basically nanos himself for the duration and gains damage resistance for some weird reason. It's still too zoomed in. Oh, sorry. Yeah, actually, it's actually not angled all that well. Hang on. There you go. Yeah. I love this so much. Oh, this is you, Legion? Bless you, my son. This is really funny. And my point is, like, I remember I had the whole Genji rant at the one of my videos. I don't even remember which one. I had the same thing with Twitter recently with like the 250 Genji thing. I don't have anything about talking about Caffeine Phantasma. Use it wisely and cautiously, but it is a good supplement. Yeah, it just goes to show. So yeah. You can literally describe anything as broken. It's intellectually dishonest.
That Mercy's health regenerates, and she could switch on the fly between damage boosting and chain healing her teammates. At times, her shield does seem like it never goes away because of the low cooldown, and as much as I hate having to deal with her, I'd just like to state that she isn't a problem if you have another person focusing the shield with you. She's a very strong barrier tank. That's why she's in the game.
Man,
and can
cooldown is so
completely carry a
low.
match
Holy crap.
if the opposing team doesn't take her out first. For some reason, whenever playing Overwatch, the second an Orisa barrier goes up on my team, it's like everybody just drops to the fucking floor like a dead fish and they just give up. It's bullshit. It's like none of them realize that all you gotta do is shoot the big fucking red transparent shield in front of you until it's gone. Her shield is on an 8-second cooldown. Sustained damage from 2 or 3 heroes over the course of a few seconds is more than enough.
I guarantee you, this guy is like plat. I'm saying this was what Plat looked like back then. You guys are like covering your eyes with your like. This is the worst tank play I've ever seen. I guarantee this guy's like Plat.
And get through the choke. So the
Guarantee
question
you.
is, why
Gold
does
to Plat.
everybody run around with their heads up their asses?
Everyone
once they fucking see
sucked
it pop up?
back in then,
The
bro.
world may never know. Third on our list is Reinhardt. I barely see this dude anymore being used. In fact, I think I can count on my 2 hands how many times I've seen him in a match over the course of the last few months. He's just so unneeded right now, and it upsets me because I really do miss how slow the game used to be during the earlier days. I miss the standoffs between 2 Reinhardts, waiting for each other's shield to break before using their ultimate ability. Right now, he's outclassed by almost every other tank in both tanking ability and damage potential. Orissa's shield, while weaker, can be used while attacking, and stays up indefinitely against an uncoordinated team. His fire strike is slow as shit, and the charge is not only a death sentence, but a bugged death sentence. Not even working properly, still after so many months.
Actually.
Outside of his
Speak
shield,
your truth, my
the only thing
king.
he's good for is his ultimate
Dude, that's so relevant with the recent fire strike buff too.
ability, which
If
isn't even very
only
useful
he
now
knew
anyway,
about
because
pin
of how
cancel.
Bridget can cancel it with her low cooldown stun ability.
True. Actually, he goes from speaking, you know, he's spewing like legitimate feces to just facts. Feces to facts, man. I'm gonna make a shirt with that. That doesn't make any sense.
If you've watched my Bridget video, you would know that I talk about her being up against every single tank,
Nice
and out
fire
of all the
strike,
tanks,
dude.
Reinhardt has it the worst. He just can't do anything.
Now this was before Goats. This was before Goats. So this is like right before Goats. This is when Bridget was released. I guess a few months after Bridget.
Against her, other than swing his hammer and hope he hits her before she boops him into the back line. If Bridget wasn't in the game, I think he'd still be in a somewhat useful state, but right now, he's useless. And while she does enable him to do his job, going up against one is just plain suicide.
True.
Think about it.
I
Like
wouldn't say it's suicide, but it's not fun.
when
True.
a hero relies on another hero to do their job properly, something is wrong. He's definitely underpowered, but I think if Blizzard fixed his charge, maybe gave him some more armor or health, and made it so Bridget doesn't completely shut him down, he could find his spot back on any team. Another thing I was thinking about was because of the sniper-heavy meta right now, what if Reinhardt wasn't able to receive shot damage? After all, he's wearing a helmet. It might seem a little broken, but it's just something to think about. As it is right now, you're better off picking Orisa. She does everything he does better. And that's pretty much it. Next up is my old friend Roadhog. I really wish I could hold off on this until last, but we're doing the order of left to right on
Dude, this is so good. Who linked this one? But I'm gonna kiss your forehead. This is hilarious. This is great, man.
character select screen. Alright. I'm gonna be completely honest here. Being an ex-Roadhog player, I might come off as a bit biased, but my arguments are logical. Honestly, I could make an entire video about this, and I probably will at some point in the future, but for now, I'll just keep it as short as possible. And by as short as possible, I mean at least under 10 minutes. First and foremost, I feel that Roadhog's hook changes
Symmetra
were
orbs.
absolutely 100% necessary. There's no excuse for grabbing people behind walls. It was hilarious,
Love that
but it
from
was
you,
insanely
actually.
broken and offered no counterplay whatsoever. I am 100% okay with the hook chain breaking when line of sight is broken. No complaints here. That has to be established. What I will complain about, however, is the damage nerf he was given last year. I feel that it was completely unnecessary and ruined everything about him. Not only that, but I feel like the Roadhog nerf was the start of the slippery slope of terrible updates we've been receiving.
So just, I don't remember exactly. All right, thank you for the sub.
Being a coach and being cool. I
Thank
have
you.
been improving faster due to your videos. Tell the missus that she is lucky to have a cool.
I will
dude.
do so
That's my
gladly.
paragraph.
I appreciate
See
the
you next
sub.
month.
Remember that, chat. Pepper is lucky. True. Actually, speaking truth there. No feces in that speech. You get what I'm saying? All right. So if you guys don't remember this, Roadhog got, like, I remember it was in 2017. This might have been around the time of this video or before. I don't remember. He got sledgehammer nerfed. Like, he couldn't one-shot freaking anything. Which, you know, you may agree with that. But, like, yeah, his damage was pretty bad for a period of time. Mocha, thank you for the 10 months.
Whenever you'd run across a Roadhog before his nerf, you'd feel this overwhelming amount of dread. You'd be on your toes, checking your flanks, waiting, and listening for his large footsteps and dangling of his chains before he can make
Tingling with chains.
his move. Now, he's a fucking laughingstock unless you're playing free-for-all. I know what you may be thinking. You might think I'm full of shit. But just shut the fuck up for a second and hear me out, okay? Before the changes were made to his kit, playing him was more of a risk than it currently is right now. You cannot deny that. Roadhog players had to deal with 4 rounds of ammo, a hook, nerfed from 6 seconds to 8 seconds, and a healing ability that didn't allow him to move. Not only that, but it didn't have any damage reduction. 4 rounds of ammo go by very quickly, and missing your hook meant you basically were fucked, especially against tank busters like Junkrat, Reaper, and hell, even another Roadhog. If you fucked up your hook against a Roadhog, you were dead. It also didn't help that
What? I can't follow that logic. Your damage is so low that if you couldn't kill the enemy Roadhog with hook, you would die to the Roadhog.
if we did miss our
What? Roadhog is so incredibly useless. Yeah, never mind.
hook on anybody, we had to run and
That you would die to the enemy Roadhog if you didn't hook him.
hide like a little bitch before healing, meaning we had to leave the fight completely, putting our team at a disadvantage while trying to break a choke or participate.
First was worse than the one-on-one. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I'm not convinced of that either, though. It was mostly you're talking about canceling the cooldown of Vape.
Yes, his damage was high, but
that
his
was also how the duel
potential
went.
used up more resources than say
It's funny that he says that, but then he complains about the defense matrix thing earlier. But yeah.
Hanzo with his scatter, or Doomfist, who currently still can one-shot people just holding down right-click. Roadhog had to use up 1 of 4 valuable rounds of ammunition on a low rate of fire, and lose a hook on an 8-second cooldown just to confirm a kill, and in some cases also had to go 1 step further and melee. After we used the hook, we were a sitting duck. Either we would have to continue the fight and hope the enemy doesn't build too much ult charge off of us, which most of the time did happen since we didn't have the damage reduction and the ult reduction on Roadhog at the time, or run away and wait for the hook to come back. We never had any mobility or escape option. The only way for us to get out of the fight was to run. And again, we couldn't heal while moving. If we, as Roadhog, fucked up, we fucked up. Roadhog was designed to take advantage of poor enemy player positioning. If you weren't behind a wall or a shield, after the hook fixes, of course, you would be hooked. After the hook changes were made, he wasn't that hard to avoid. All you had to do was just be on your guard. I
haven't watched the Thomathan video now.
Every day, people have trouble avoiding Roadhog, and I don't just mean his hook. I mean him as a hero entirely. He has the loudest footsteps, has a fucking chain dangling sound effect when he's close by, has a fucking asthma attack when he's healing up, and has one of the biggest player models.
Okay,
in the game.
we've lost the script with this one. How do you avoid Roadhog? Well, I don't know. Considering the fact that he's got like a 20-something meter range all around him, especially back in the day with alt fire, that's kind of hard to avoid on a map that may not be 40 meters wide. Oh yeah. This is getting rough.
Breaks in front of you,
the chain dangles, guys. Exactly. The chain dangles. Come on.
Why he was nerfed in the first place, but in my opinion, there isn't just
well, we were playing at 1.25. Keep in mind.
One reason, but two. The first being he absolutely dominated most of the players he came across because the player base is filled with casuals who have never played a single FPS game in their life, not realizing that they had bad positioning.
Oh gosh,
and
this is a funny video, but these type of arguments like legit are the reason why Roadhog exists. Just don't get hooked, guys. It's a casual game. He's not even that good at pro play. It's just a casual game. You can punish him. It's a casual game. Awful hero design. Zero excuses for this.
Realizing that bad positioning will get you killed. The other reason is because he would have completely countered Doomfist when he came out if he was left the way he was.
True.
And speaking of Doomfist, doesn't anybody think it's funny how the Overwatch team removed Roadhog's one-shot combo because they thought that one-shots don't belong in the game, but added a new hero a few patches later that did the exact same thing?
I thought that was in Overwatch 2.
Classic Blizzard. As of right now, I can't really be too sure about Roadhog. Anyone who's hard stuck in bronze to high plat will tell you that he's still broken, but right now I feel he's more of a walking ult charge than ever before. And for some reason, whenever I try to use him, even if an opponent is damaged before I send out a hook, I just can't seem to kill him with the combo anymore. Although for some reason they always manage to kill me. I miss his old playstyle. I miss having to throw myself out there and risk giving the enemy team free ult charge. I miss people cowering in fear whenever I walked remotely close to them. I miss carrying
just unrelated to Overwatch.
in quick play games and competitive games because people just didn't think to stand behind a fucking shield. And the sad thing is, a lot of people still don't do this. But because his damage
Stand behind a shield, guys. Stand behind a shield. We're on Roadhog! We don't have a shield.
Really can't
you just play a shield.
Capitalize on their
The map is wider than one choke. This is 2017.
as much as before. It also doesn't help that Bridget completely counters him. I haven't played Roadhog seriously for a very long time, and I might consider picking him up again and giving him another try. But I just have this feeling that it's all going to be for nothing. His entire playstyle revolved around being 150% sure you can confirm a kill and get out alive. Healing while moving just feels like it lowered the skill floor for him as well. Now Roadhogs don't have to be as cautious as before. Now they can be more reckless. If it was up to me, I'd revert him back to the way he was before they nerfed his damage. That means no more moving while healing, 4 bullets, low rate of fire, extreme damage.
Dude, I love how, like, you can see it literally back day one. All the Overwatch players are like, not all of them, but a lot of these, like, content creators are like, we need to stop giving... we need to stop expanding hero kits and removing counterplay. Everything needs to be rock, paper, scissors. If you fail a cooldown, you should literally die right now. You miss your matrix, you die. You miss your choke, you die. You miss your pin, you die. You miss your nade, you die. There needs to be everything. You could tell, like, I'm not even being super critical right now. I'm just saying that, like, this is kind of how a lot of old Overwatch 1 felt like a lot of way. Very feast or famine. Like, very feast or famine. There was no, like, you're punished through not getting as much value out of your kit or not thinking about this, or like, it was like you either get kill or you die, and there's like no in between. You kind of get what I'm saying? Like, you miss a cooldown, you're dead. It's over. There's a very big punishment window. It's very rock, paper, scissors-ish, not necessarily in terms of the randomness, but in terms of there's no guessing about who beats what and what situation. You know? And if you ever went back and you played old classic Overwatch, even some of the iterations since then, you see that, right? Like with designs like DPS Doomfist, the old Roadhog, stuff like that. Very high highs, very low lows. You get the perfect bam, or you're just freaking dead.
That's a lot of damage!
Oh my gosh, holy crap!
Benefits her team more than he ever could. Does anybody know if Blizzard is okay with changing voice lines?
Legitimately
Because it sure
kinda
as hell ain't a
scared me.
one-man apocalypse anymore. Anyway, I'm done talking about Roadhog. It's just... talking about it upsets me. We're almost done here. Winston's next. Again, like Roadhog, he's completely useless if Bridget is around. But other than that, if she ain't in the match you're playing for some reason, he's fine. The only thing I had a problem with was already addressed a while ago. That being the cooldown of the bubble, starting from the second he actually dropped it, instead of from when it pops. I think Winston is in a very good spot and shouldn't be altered in any way. Out of each category, there's always at least one hero that seems the most balanced. In the tank category, that's Winston. He does exactly what he needs to do while not being too overpowered. His ultimate is a game saver, and the amount of damage he does with his Tesla cannon is adequate for not having to aim. I wouldn't make any changes to him personally, but I read online that some people want to give him a passive climbing ability like Hanzo and Genji. I do think that would be very interesting, not to mention hilarious if used against a clueless sniper, but I think he's fine the way he is right now. Of course, in the future, Winston's balance is
Dude, early Overwatch feedback was so cooked. We were so stupid,
always
man.
up for discussion, but again, aside from being completely useless when Bridget's around, he's alright. Last on the list is Zarya. I hate to bring up Bridget yet again, but you wanted my honest thoughts on each tank hero, so here you go. The only useful thing about her kit while Bridget is on the field is her ultimate. Pairing
I don't know. I think Zarya was one of the better heroes versus Bridget back in the day, because you could burn her shield down. She couldn't necessarily always kill you in 1v1 depending on what charge you were at. I feel like you actually had the punch to kill her.
it with Hanzo's,
But yeah,
Diva's,
Bridget did
and
ruin
even
everything.
Doomfist's ultimate, it's a game winner. It fucking wins games, man. You can't deny that. If Bridget wasn't in the picture, I'd say she would be in a very good spot, just like Winston. Her shielding to gain damage gimmick gives players a nice change of pace and perspective while playing, and the fact that her ability to bubble others is on a lower cooldown than her own bubble means you can focus on being a team player instead of a one-man show. Half of her health being shields means that she doesn't have to rely on healers that much, which is great, but that kind of contradicts the fact that she's more of a team-focused player when you think about it. As far as I know, the best way to play Zarya is to abuse her bubbles early on in team fights to gain as much charge as possible, and then save them for later when the ultimates start flying around. She's not too overwhelming towards her opponents, and not too weak when compared to the rest of the other heroes. If I had to make any changes to her, I would make it so the right-click attack does not damage her in any way. That just seems kind of pointless. Junkrat's left-click does more damage, yet it doesn't hurt him. Neither does his concussion mine. Other than that, I'd probably just lower the cooldown of the bubbles just slightly, but only because Bridget is left the way she is. I mean, that's pretty much it. You know, even though this video was about my honest thoughts on the tank heroes, I did bring up Bridget a lot. Right now, even after the slight nerf she received to her shield bash cooldown, I still feel that she does too much for a low-skill hero. She completely shuts down 4 of the 6 available tanks, and to be honest, that's not fun. It's never fun to have a hero you play rendered completely useless by another in more ways than one. If I were a tank main, I probably would have quit playing Overwatch by now. I just don't see a reason to play any of these heroes in that category as long as Bridget exists the way she does now. Maybe at some point in the future she'll receive enough nerfs to let us use tanks again, but I have a feeling that won't happen for a very long time. That's it for this week. What do you think about the...
Now this dude, if I remember correctly, people were saying he quit Overwatch. I think he quit. I think he quit Overwatch. Yeah, delete Brigitte and then just quits. I want to remind you guys how bad Bridget was for the game. I know more people that quit the game from Brigitte than literally any other character in the game. And for those of you that remember, you remember how miserable she was. She was the worst. Don't let anybody gaslight you otherwise. Because not only was we talking about like old Valk res, like how broken that was, just removed all counterplay. At least you could play. Your eliminations were removed. But being a tank player versus Brig actively was miserable. It was not fun. You couldn't do anything. And what's funny, I was also a tank main at this point in time. Guess what? I quit. I pivoted to Ana Zenyatta. I stopped playing tank. Why? Bridget. Stop playing Bridget. I couldn't play in 2 CP. I hated it. It was miserable. Every step of the way was miserable. It was terrible. It was an actively horrific, and the worst part about it was at the time, we are so unbelievably spoiled here. I'm going to shill here for a second. We are so unbelievably spoiled here now. We have that at least the devs are willing to dial back stuff quickly. Back then, freaking Jeff freaking Kaplan and all those frickers, no offense, that came up with this brilliant, lovely game. Just straight up told you, no, you don't know, yours bad, you suck, you need to adapt, you need to learn. Imagine waiting a year for changes. Imagine Season 8 Malga for a year. A year. And he gets a slap on the wrist. Terrible, man. I knew so many people that quit the game because of that. People always talk about GOATs as if that's what killed Overwatch. No. The death of Overwatch started 6 months prior before we ever saw GOATs. Terrible, man. Terrible. Impossible character to win in a 1v1. Stuns you through shield. Stun every cooldown. Game winner ultimate. Wins 1v1 with literally every character in the game. It was just terrible. Was the worst. Freaking screw Brig. I like Brig now. She was a joke on release. Total disaster balanced joke. And it really exposed the worst aspects of the development team at the time as well. What else do you guys want to see here? I don't want to watch any Cager videos. I watch Cager videos off stream. I'm going to see stuff that I haven't already seen before. Which link?
He uppercuts you, stun him in mid-air, and flail him away to create some distance, and it will end up healing back most of the damage due to your passive. The stun technically works against Seismic Slam, but the damage will still go through. Finally, for his ultimate, you should be able to block all the damage for you and anyone behind you as long as you have the shield facing the center of the circle. Against Genji, the flail or more Brigitte tip versus every hero, and it's going to be packed with a lot of extra tips compared to the other videos because she's such a brand new hero. So without wasting any time, let's move to the general tip. So what you want to do is learn how to shield bash jump to reposition and catch enemies off guard. The way to do this is to jump first to elevate yourself, then shield bash to.
Bruce, one of the most broken things I've released in a TV game. Don't know truth, but I mean, I don't know the context for that, to be honest. But yeah, Questron. Yeah, we can look at the Questron video if you guys want to.
Hello, I'm Questron. For the ones.
Okay, my thoughts on Sombra as follows. Make them as short as possible. Very difficult hero design to balance. I think her current iteration is frustrating because of the spam ability and the value of hack opportunist on tank damage. I still think that she has spawn camping potential. I do think she's a little bit overhated because I do think she takes more skill to play than people think. And she does have a lot more punishable now because of not permanent stealth. I think fixing her is not an easy solution. I think that you would have to, you'd have to really actively think about how much we want stealth to be a part of the game. I think really, a lot of it starts with hack for me. I think stealth is definitely very frustrating, but I think a lot of it also starts with hack, and a lot of it starts with virus and how much of it is revolving around her kit in terms of virus. I don't have any easy solutions. We've done a lot of rework projects. I'm not going to reiterate my ideas over and over again. You can go back and think about some of my ideas in the past. I think that a lot of her perks, I mean, even like virus spread is not good. Like virus spread is maybe mean, but it's like, it's even that I don't think it's honestly, I think it's probably more of a, maybe a low ring thing, but yeah. Yeah, we'll take a look. I'll respect Questron's opinion. I don't agree with him in all aspects of Sombra. For context, I've coached a lot of Sombra, played Sombra, coached Sombra since, I mean, I've coached for years, since 2018. I've coached this character, and she's one of my better DPS characters as well. But yeah, okay. I think the concept of like stealth and hack, soft CC, stealth, and burst damage is just a really toxic combo, and I think you'd have to... I just think hack removing abilities is like, I think just you have to actively axe one thing. I would 100% choose hack in terms of canceling abilities, frankly. But I don't know where you'd go with that, so...
I am a high-ranked European Sombra player. I don't have a pro career nor any interest in even being in the top of the leaderboards. I just so happen to be high-ranked and then have fun by having fun playing well. I don't really have the character trait of taking things too seriously, which comes across as abrasive, loud, and to a lot of people annoying. Especially given that I play Sombra, I very easily get dismissed for these reasons. This is why generally I steer clear from being involved in topics that require credibility to be heard, like coaching or giving takes or suggesting what the developer should do. So before we go anywhere, I just want to kind of ask to be taken a little seriously. I know it's rich coming from me of all people, and I get that wanting to dunk on Sombra players is fun and funny, but I genuinely think Sombra can be solved in a way.
She keeps reappearing in pro play. I mean, not really, no. She's okay right now, but it's more about her matchup versus Freya and partly due to her perks. She's not really and hasn't been really a dominant hero in pro play in 3 years. So I don't know that I agree necessarily.
Where both people playing Sombra and people playing against Sombra come out happy. The more you hate Sombra, the more it's in your own best interest to be on the same page with me here. So hear me out. Sombra is a problem. This video is going to go over why that's the case, how it came to be, and what I think should be done about it. Given that my entire online identity is directly tied to this hero, I get why you think this video is intended to sway public opinion into not hating Sombra, but I'm gonna be real here. I think the hero ban situation isn't shocking at all. I get it, and I did see it coming from a mile away. My issue is with how disingenuous the conversation regarding Sombra is from both sides.
Wasn't a surprise for me either. You guys remember the most hated hero in Overwatch video series you did about 1.5 years and 2 years ago. Sombra was by far the most hated character out of all the list. So, yeah.
Sides of the aisle, forcing whatever future Sombra has into guaranteeing someone losing out big time. The conversation about Sombra is generally very divided into hard lines. Either you're a victim to Sombra or you play Sombra, and both
this
sides
feels like the
have
Mercy
very
Rick
different
video.
perceptions on
We
why
did
they're
a
upset and how
video
to
like
fix
that
it.
for
I,
Sombra
being the
already,
contrarian that
with
I am,
Questron
I
being
disagree
there.
with both. In recent discussion, people playing Sombra generally just say skill issue, and that Sombra gets banned less in higher ranks. People victim to Sombra say that her kit is inherently toxic and needs to be reworked into not having the major components in her kit that she does. Turning her into a support, removing stealth, that's where all that stuff is brought up. To put it blunt, I think everyone's absolutely out of their damn minds. Respectfully, Sombra players are out of their damn minds because, well, have you seen r/Sombra mains? They're kind of just assholes that so happen to be playing Sombra, gloating at how they have fun directly at the expense of anyone in the enemy team, with no signs of sportsmanship in sight, and getting giddy for being called slurs. It's weird. There isn't a single other hero in the game that has that type of player. Sojourn players revoke fun passes on a real-by-real basis just as hard, if not harder, than Sombra, but they find joy at the kill. Not some sadistic, I hope he's pissed about that. The problem with this is that in actuality, they're playing Sombra wrong just to do this. Spawn camping, for example, as Sombra, I do just about as often as I would on Soldier 76. It's inefficient, and doing so is at the expense of your own actions per minute and impact in a fight. I'm being genuine when I say that playing Sombra without emphasizing...
Agree and disagree to an extent. Questron's thing has always been his emphasis on uptime and value on uptime and doing more and more and more, which I agree is an underrated aspect of Sombra and something that I chronically see wrong by low, mid-rank, and even high-rank Sombras. But uptime is not no one thing should be where you sacrifice your focus. And I think spawn camping, sadly, with Sombra is really good, especially depending on the context. And Sombra is better at spawn camping than any other character, and I don't even think that's really up for argument.
Her toxic traits genuinely lets you win more often. Let me rephrase. Not actively being a dick makes you win on Sombra.
Sometimes. Most of the time. Most of the time. Not always.
And on the flip side, the people victim to Sombra, they say that her kit is inherently built on toxic gameplay traits and has to be cut into little pieces and disposed of, which is just...
Yes, because I think stealth allows you to spawn camp. Hack is a soft CC, and while it's not something you use all the time, it is something that you use that is, soft CC. And burst damage is absolutely toxic. It's not toxic in a vacuum, but it is in complement of everything else. Very annoying when you have it in combination with everything else. I mean, you have to compare it to other characters, right? You look at other characters. You have Roadhog, toxic character trait. Very self-sufficient, one-shot, basically unkillable in a 1v1. Those are, as a unit, very toxic traits. Cassidy has burst, but he doesn't have as much. He doesn't have stealth. Cassidy has soft CC, but because he doesn't have stealth and mobility, he can't use that soft CC, and also that soft CC on you is on a longer cooldown. Look at a character like Mei. Mei recently has become more toxic because she's gotten her freeze back. She's gotten her slow and her alt fire. But at least she has limitations with when and where she can position. Now, she's not as punishable as Sombra is because she has her defensive capabilities. But then she also doesn't quite have the same level of burst damage. So I just think Sombra does have more in her kit than probably every other character besides Roadhog in terms of things that are likely to frustrate you, even if they are skillful to do. Again, I'm good at Sombra. I put hours into Sombra. I enjoy playing Sombra. But no, Sombra was very unpopular in Overwatch 1 as well, and she was a lot more toxic to certain characters. And like Hack lasted for 5 seconds back then, but she was a much weaker duelist. So what you'd see Sombra beating up on tanks badly, but she just didn't do enough damage or provide enough utility otherwise. She was still occasionally played in the highest levels, but yes.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Now, I do agree that it is partly like overrated, overhated. It is a cultural thing, but the problem is that there is not just a grain of truth in the culture's hate of Sombra, the community's hatred of Sombra. There's a freaking whole corn kernel. There's a freaking corn cob, all right? It doesn't mean that it's amplified bigger than it needs to be. Absolutely. But there's a reason that people hate Sombra. It's not cooked up. We're not gaslighting ourselves, right, into it.
Our kit is inherently built on toxic gameplay traits and has to be cut into little pieces and disposed of, which is just absolutely ridiculous to me because Overwatch is special because of the developer's capability of pulling off nonsense. It's genuine art, and it's the main reason why I love it so much. Take, for example, this comment here. It hits all the talking points, but this is where it gets weird because, well, sure, Sombra has the ability to disable kits, but so does Doomfist or Orisa. Being slept by
Doomfist is a character that does so from a predictable position, a predictable angle. He also does so in a position to where he puts himself at risk, right? Now, I agree if this is old Doomfist, right? But I don't even think, I think people have the same problems. Imagine Orisa with burst damage, right? Imagine Ana without a 5-second sleep dart or a 6-second sleep dart. And Doomfist, right, Doomfist is also hated. Like, I don't agree with these points.
Ana or pinned by Reinhardt also count. Plus, every
again, pinned by Reinhardt and
the ability to disable kits, but so does Doomfist or Orisa. Being slept by Ana or pinned by Reinhardt also count.
I also just think that inherently that having your kit disabled is basically very frustrating for a lot of characters as well. People were playing semantics with me with like whether it's a hard CC or soft CC. It's definitely not a hard CC, but I don't think it matters that much. Not as much, certainly. Because you talk about like Javelin and the duration of the stun of Javelin and Doomfist, even though it's hard CC briefly. It's so much briefer than a hack.
Plus, every character that can kill you. Being dead and respawning is a good way to not let someone play the game, but it's because...
True, but the difference is when people really shut down when they don't know what they're supposed to do. Part of that is a skill issue, but part of that is also feels significantly easier for the Sombra to be able to do things. It feels like counterplay options are limited when you're playing Gold and Wrecking Ball versus Sombra. Because a lot of the times, the Sombra doesn't have to take any space and can just hack you on the front lane. Now, the funny thing is that's not even that good necessarily, but it feels much more effective, and you often feel powerless to deal with it. Same thing with being spawn camped. At a certain point, if you're being spawn camped versus a Sombra, you actually just have to swap. There's nothing that you can do. And a lot of characters have that problem. You know? So I don't agree with the comparison here, because if you get javelined by Orisa as a Rhine, a lot of gold plat Reinhardts are going to feel helpless,
Orisa, being
right?
stuck by on.
Because it doesn't feel like there's anything that I can do. If you're, I don't know, same thing as getting punched by Doomfist. But with Sleep Dart or Pin, I can avoid that. I can dodge it. That's a long enough of a cooldown. People have, it's like Orisa versus Reinhardt matchup. But imagine if Orisa versus Reinhardt, but with like double the amount of, like, not even double, but like 10, 12, 15 characters. Ball hates it. Doomfist hates it. Right? Ana hates it. Zen hates it. Widow hates it. Ashe hates it. Bastion hates it. They all hate it, right? There's so many different characters. Orisa versus Rein, is there counterplay for the Rein? Of course there is. Is it easy counterplay? No. But now there's so many more people. That's the problem with Sombra. Mercy as well, right? That's the problem with Sombra, is that the number of people that are offended by what she brings to the table. Whereas with these guys, it's more of a couple of people that might get annoyed.
Reinhardt also count. Plus, every character that can kill you. Being dead and respawning is a good way to not let someone...
Again, I'm not saying it's not partially a skill issue. It absolutely is a skill issue. But it's not an easy skill issue, right? It's not an easy skill issue. And not that everything needs ease, but there needs to be a feeling of, oh, I could have played that differently, or I could have played that better. And the problem is that the floor of how a low-ranked Sombra will play things is primarily focused around doing the easy things, not the good things. So the way Questron plays Sombra might not be something that scales all that well. So what we would want to do is emphasize the things that Sombra does well, that Questron does well, and not the things that the low-ranked Sombra players and the mid-ranked Sombra players are abusing that isn't all that good, but is incredibly frustrating. Do you see what I'm saying? What I'm actually saying is I'm not disagreeing with Questron as a whole. I just don't agree with the comparison, because the first thing it's going to do is a plat player is going to be like, bro, this isn't even close. Sombra's way easier and way more frustrating for way more people, and they're kind of right, even if it's not all that effective. If Sombra in some way, shape, or form encourages through abusable, spammable, opportunity, then you need to address that. You need to address that. You need to force Sombra players to get better so they're less annoying.
For one-shots to be removed from the game entirely. But Tracer's Pulse Bomb is a one-shot. It's an ultimate, but it's used like an ability. Whiffing it doesn't even mean you directly lose a fight, unlike EMP or Genji Blade. We all hate one-shots and think they're bad. People call for one-shots to be removed from the game entirely. But Tracer's Pulse Bomb is a one-shot. It's an ultimate, but it's used like an ability. Whiffing it doesn't even mean you directly lose a fight, unlike EMP or Genji Blade. Now, invisibility being toxic, I somewhat agree with. I have plenty of videos where I go over the premise over and over again. It's related to the core principle behind why I've always told people to stop hacking health packs. When it comes to getting out of jail free cards, hell, Tracer's Recall is way more of one than Sombra was even before, back when you could put Translocator on a health pack. Recall does not require prep work, has no cast time, heals you without needing a health pack, repositions you away from where you were in danger, and it doesn't even have a negative connection to her general mobility either. It's a fully separate cooldown. Sombra's get out of jail was comically overkill by going across the map, but achieved the same premise. Sombra was hated. Tracer hasn't had any significant changes since 2017.
Why do you think that is, chat? We've just talked about it. What's the difference between Sombra's flankers and Tracer's flanker? Tracer does not have low skill floor abusable mechanics. That's the difference. You cannot pick up Tracer and just do a brain-dead, stupid, easy thing and get value. Even if that is not optimal. Even if that's not even good. If it's doesn't matter. Low-ranked players will abuse it. It's the same thing when the Orisa players just shoot and abuse the enemy Rein. Is it good? Not really. Does it feel good? Yep. Does it feel bad for the enemy team? Yep. It's the same problem with picking Roadhog, standing in the open, being a complete ult charge bot, and occasionally frustrating the enemy Winston. Is it good? Not really. Is the character that good? Not really. Is it that effective? Not really. Does it suck for the people playing into it? Absolutely. It's the same problem. Tracer doesn't have abusable mechanics, so she gets the pass. She gets the pass. And the thing is that the ceiling of Sombra is not a problem. She's a very challenging character to play at the highest levels. It takes a lot of skill. Maybe not as high as Tracer or Wrecking Ball, but I'd say she's in the top. She's like B tier, She's up there. But it's the accessibility of what feels good. And it starts with hack, I think. I think it starts with hack, and I think it even starts with how much of her assassination potential is around hitting a projectile. And if the target's not moving, you hit the projectile, they're cooked. So I appreciate Questron's point here, but I don't, he's not trying to be dishonest. Questrons are a good dude, but There's a reason why Tracer gets the pass, man. Nobody freaking hates Tracer in lower ranks. Bro, Tracer, have you guys remember the stats from Tuesday about the pick rate and ban rate in higher ranks? And Tracer has this insane pick rate and isn't banned. You don't know why? Because at freaking Grandmaster, you die to Tracer like, frick, that shouldn't have happened. It feels earned every time. Not every character can be held to that standard, but that's why she's not freaking banned in high ranks. It doesn't always feel earned when you die to Sombra. Even when it is earned. Even when it's like, dude, you have no idea how hard that was. It's Sombra.
And people are happy about that. They praise it, even. I should probably say that I have no issue with Tracer here. I don't want changes to Tracer. The main point is that the nuance exists. And to have a healthy discussion, we need to acknowledge the double standard. One-shots are not inherently a problem to people. Get out of jail is not inherently toxic. It's the context of the character's kits that make them tolerable.
Sure, it's also the combination.
Or not. This applies to Sombra.
And I don't think actually Translocator is a get out of jail free card. I agree with Questron on that front. I think it's harder than
Calling
people
for her
give it credit
removal
for.
of her elements in this way is not a solution. Please stop making the same Reddit post over and over again in different wording. There's a rule of thumb regarding Sombra. It's the one piece of advice that has applied to her since the beginning of her existence. And that is that the more you're using stealth, the more you're just proactively doing nothing.
Yes and no. Depends on the situation. Stealth is your staging ground and your repositioning ground. And my critique of after seeing some of Questron's play is that I don't always feel that he uses stealth to stage appropriately.
There's always been a direct inverse correlation between a Sombra player's rank and how much time they spend in stealth to set up for what they need to do.
It's more context dependent. Depends on comp as well. Versus compositions where there are much more fragile backlines, your uptime is less important and more about the quality of your uptime.
Skill difference between Sombra players is in managing that downtime as efficiently as possible to do the most amount of things. Sombra matchups are won not by directly hunting each other down. They are won by one doing more things than the other to the enemy team. It's the
But that's the case for most matchups.
extreme inverse of Widow versus Widow matchups where nobody can do anything until one of the Widows kills the other. Standing still for 30 seconds waiting for a Sigma to flux is not efficient. I made a video titled "We Have to Talk About Sombra, Will Her Rework Even Do Anything?" which essentially serves as a massive I told you so now. The problem was more blatant back before Virus existed, where permanent invisibility facilitated and allowed it to happen in the first place. This is why I violently disagreed with everyone when r/Sombra main said Sombra was dead, and that Sombra was gutted back when Sombra stealth was put on a timer and tied to her translocator. Her identity did not.
I mean, yeah, but you can never watch r/fill in the blank mains. It's not even r/Sombra mains. Any mains things are always going to come in with that.
You just played her
That's
inefficiently on purpose up until that point and weren't able to do so anymore. The change allowed for more efficient pathing to set up, meaning you got to be in fights more often for longer periods of time, all because stealth wasn't fully interruptible anymore. This direction change for Sombra is why I was so excited for the change, because I thought that it implied that moving forward, this would be the emphasis for balance for Sombra. With the most recent batch of perks, I feel like steps were taken back and
Yeah, this I don't like this perk. And I don't like this perk either particularly
alarm bells
either.
are ringing. Combined with the amount of hate I already receive with every interaction I have with anyone, I now feel the need to seriously have one massive video to hopefully call for change to happen in the right direction. There's some people that want her to be reverted to early Overwatch 2. When she put up a new historic to happen, receive with every batch of perks, I feel like steps were taken back and alarm bells are ringing. Combined with the amount of hate I already receive with every interaction I have with anyone, I now...
So let's kind of give an example of what I'm talking about with like using stealth, and I'm gonna use this more not as a criticism of Questron as a player, but more of like using his background gameplay as an example. What you use stealth for is as a repositioning tool for a brief window of pressure. So you use your translocator here to take an angle that's an element of surprise, and then use that element of surprise. Now he's just being chilling, right? He's not tryharding, right? The problem with where he's untranslocated here is it's already directly in front. There is no element of surprise. There is no crosshair advantage. If you guys have watched any of my Freya coaching, you talked about how you have to use your updraft to peek out of an unpredictable angle. The vast majority of your successful kills with Freya are going to come from unpredictable angles or positions that people don't already know. That's what stealth is all about. That's what translocate into stealth is all about. So you use that peek, and then if you synchronize that with your translocator cooldown, you then can get out if you get pushed. If you do not get pushed, you continue to apply pressure. This angle is not in a vacuum bad, but given the fact that there was somebody already there, it is bad. You can't force the gap as Sombra to be able to contest that duel. Yes, I think going through left side here and then utilizing that angle and pressuring from there would have been the best play.
To hopefully call for change to happen in the right direction. There's some people that want her to be reverted to early Overwatch 2. When she put up a new historic record of the lowest average win rate any hero
No.
across Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2 had ever had. She wasn't less annoying, she was just bad. This solution reflects the same premise. Arguing that this is a good solution is not arguing for the sake of balance and design. It's vindictive under the guise of saying it's for the best and is at the expense of the people that just want to play their Sombra. It's dishonest and gets in the way of actually finding a solution. In the modern day as of season
I think there's also a lot of revisionist history that Excessive Summer was an absolutely hated and boring and brain dead back in Overwatch, early Overwatch 2 and early Overwatch 1. She was.
Season 15, we have perks! Perks help, generally speaking, but Sombra's Season 15 perks not only sucked, but actively sabotaged her gameplay loop. In Season 15, for the first half, I was forced about half the time to not pick a perk. Kiriko gets a second teleport, and Tracer gets a full reset of her blinks, and Sombra has to not pick a perk. Well,
why do you think that's the case, chat? Why do you think that's the case? It's a legitimate criticism. What's the problem with the Sombra perks, ladies and gentlemen? What's the problem with the Sombra perks? We already talked about it. What's Sombra's kit? What is Sombra's kit? Burst damage, stealth, hack. What is there to buff? What can you do with her kit and her current iteration? Do you buff virus? Do you buff hack? Do you buff stealth? No! There's nothing to work with. You're finger painting with horse manure. The only good perks that they actually had were things that either helped her gameplay loop or her uptime, which was Translocator, or White Hat, which gave you something different to do with hack. And to be fair to Questron, he's given some insight. We talked about utilizing Translocator for like canceling your stealth sooner so you get a faster Translocator cooldown so there's more uptime. I'm not saying there's literally no perk ideas that you can do. I think there are. But honestly, yeah, it sucks. It freaking sucks.
Not only does Sombra get left behind in the power creep, but this is made even worse because the perks that got added to her counters directly shut down the way of managing their duels. Against Tracer, you'd make her waste her blinks and have her recall.
This is a tough one for Sombra,
using hack to save the other one for after recall without blinks to get her at her least mobile. But now she gets those blinks back, which means essentially you have to just 1v1 her, but twice. Against Kiriko, seeing her enter somewhere via her teleport meant that she would either have to waste Suzu to save herself or die if you dove her. Now she just has another teleport. There's no window of opportunity type dynamic. It was just directly taken away. Not only that, but Sojourn was essentially a hard counter, given how versatile her burst damage plays out in game, meaning every dive I did needed to be a guaranteed kill and fast, otherwise Sojourn would quite easily chase me down and kill me. She can abandon her positioning from high ground and just get back real quick, unlike Cassidy, but with the burst damage of Cassidy. So the window of opportunity was smaller. Dives became more—
I don't see Sojourn as a hard counter to Sombra, to be honest. I just think that Sojourn has performed super well in the higher ranks where Questron is going to be playing in Masters and Grandmaster.
And Sombra
I understand
was
this point, though.
out of luck. This is where Stack Overflow was legitimately the only way Sombra would ever get a kill in that scenario, but it turned her into even more of a binary diver. Either your chance of killing someone is 100%, or you don't go for it. The oppressive feeling of Sombra was exasperated because of this, causing them to remove this perk in Season 16, which is fair enough. I don't think it's healthy for the game. But hero bans means I can ban Sojourn, so I don't really miss Stack Overflow that much either. The problem still persists, however. A lot of people asked about my opinion since I made a big deal about it when we found out Stack Overflow was going to get replaced, but I realized I overreacted somewhat since I underestimated the impact of banning Sojourn. I really don't like what it was replaced with, but that's for later in the video. The main reason I made a stink about Stack Overflow leaving is because people don't realize the more fragile she is, and the higher the chance of who you dive escaping, the more risky her dives become, which places more pressure on getting the best bang for your buck. The only time she'd dive you is when she knows your shit out of—
Yes and no, but also like I think that like a lot of the nuance of Sombra is how you can use control, alt, escape, and range pressure either from hack on tank and or virus range pressure. I think it's consistent. You guys have seen me play Sombra. You can just lurk for long periods of time depending on the situation, play more for repositioning of your angles. I don't always— this is where I think we disagree slightly with playstyles. It's not about head hunting for picks all the time. It's there. It's that potential. It's that burst that we talked about that people don't like. But it's weird to say that—
this is more pressure on getting the best bang for your buck.
But the thing with Sombra is you get those bucks off all the time. You know, it's a little bit like Wrecking Ball, where like, yeah, you need a big bang for your buck, but you do, if you're playing Sombra correctly, a lot of time, depending on the composition, of course, uptime can be relatively high. It's weird for him to say that, but he's also the uptime guy. It's like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. There's some balance there,
The only
you
time
know?
she'd dive you is when she knows you're shit out of luck, making her feel
Not
significant.
really. Not really. If you have the element of surprise with virus and with the angle that you take, you can certainly force CDs out.
More oppressive than she actually is. Her only mobility, cleanse, dodge, and the entirety of stealth is under the same cooldown of 7 seconds. Tracer has
Again, I'm not
6
clear. I'm not saying this character is good right now, even very strong. I'm just saying, yes, I'm just saying that like you have to address the points very carefully here.
independently usable blinks and a recall assuming you get the perk. The reason she isn't hated is because she doesn't play in a way that makes her have to get value out of every engagement, unlike Sombra. You get to swat her away before she goes in for a kill. For Sombra, the moment she goes in at all, it is for the kill. The
and that's where I fundamentally disagree. I don't agree with that.
rule is you have one translocator per person you go for. No concept of Genji's dash reset, no wall climb, no deflect, nothing. Do or die. All the while,
But see, that's exactly what stealth and control alt escape for. I think we're massively underselling the value of what control. And for those who don't know, control alt escape is the instant proc of your passive heal when you are at 50% HP or lower. So your uptime goes through the roof. Usually.
while having 225 health.
And stealth means that you can peek unpredictable angles and be able to reposition on those angles, usually relatively safely.
Which is less than Genji and Sojourn, who both have vastly more mobility and lethality. For the sake of keeping us on the same page, in this case, mobility is assumed as mid-fight mobility. Like Genji's dash, Tracer's blink, Wrecking Ball's grapple, Juno's dash, Echo's dash, and flight, you get the drill. Symmetra's teleporter is for this reason utility, not mobility. Even though Overwatch 1 Sombra had incredible utility,
Like, for example, right now, what you would do
Symmetra's teleporter is for this reason utility.
as Sombra is you would sit up in this roof right here, and you just sit decloaked, out of stealth. They walk forward, you toss your virus and card, you toss the virus and high ground. You shoot, and you shoot, and you shoot, and you shoot, and you shoot. Maybe you drop here, go for a hack, but you just shoot, you shoot, you shoot, you throw your virus, you shoot, you shoot, you shoot. They either push you or they don't. If they are playing poke your heroes, the difficulty comes in because then they can very easily clear you. If they're not, then you just sit there and you nuisance and you harass and you poke for long periods of time. The alternative is they're playing more risky characters, then you sit on backline here, off to my right, you can't see my mouse, and you do the same thing on the back line, but in an angle where they have to turn all the way around, and they're never really quite sure what angle you're going to peek out of. You don't necessarily even need to go for hack virus, so you just could just chuck the shots or chuck the virus,
Utility,
no problem.
not mobility.
Like where
Even
we're
though
at right
Overwatch 1
now
Sombra had
feels very much like go for an
incredible
assassination,
utility,
otherwise we
Overwatch
die.
2 Sombra has more mobility. To visualize my gripe with how Sombra's been handled, assume all characters by design have 3 main points to them. How much those points are leaned in on is how impact unfolds. The 3 main points are lethality, mobility, and utility. I'm gonna skip explaining them because I don't want to put too much weight on a visualization of what I'm talking about to avoid arguing semantics. It's just to help guide, not genuinely some philosophical theory. Imagine the 3 main points all have their representing characters. Lethality being something like Bastion or Reaper, mobility being Tracer and Genji, and utility being someone like Mei or Symmetra or Sombra back in the day. Then Overwatch 2 came out, and Sombra moved from pure utility to somewhat lethal without a bump in mobility. From that point on, every rework was essentially
Her lethality has received a significant buff. I disagree, I think. Her pressure, her damage has been significantly buffed, even without Opportunist, from back of how she was in Overwatch 1, and she now has Virus to land at range as well.
adding more and more hoops to jump through to do this.
I don't agree with that. I think her mobility is about the same. I think her utility is definitely weaker, but I think her lethality is much higher.
Same slightly.
Oh, he said that?
Then Overwatch 2 on every rework was essentially moved from pure utility to somewhat lethal without a bump in mobility. From that point on, every rework was essentially adding more and more hoops to jump through to do the same slightly too much amount of damage, slightly too fast. In Overwatch 1, the gun did the damage. Then later you had to hack someone first to do damage, then more later hit them with a projectile to do damage, then even more later you had to first hack them and then hit them with a cube to do the damage. And all the while, the major glaring problem still existed in her gameplay loop. Every dive was still do or die. No way to stall her survival out like with Doomfist block, Genji deflect, Mage Ice block, or Wrecking Ball's overhealth, but also no extra mobility to leave early like Tracer's Blinks or Mercy's Guardian Angel. Regardless of how it happens, every dive ends up with someone dying, which meant that her status was...
I don't agree with that either. I think that's a significant oversimplification.
Essentially,
of every engagement results in somebody dying. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think the point is there that the hack virus is too high of a burst and that sometimes being too risky for a 225 HP character. Maybe the goal here is to take away hack, take away virus, make Sombra tankier, let her live in pressure and like a more of like extended resource trade on backlight or in the sideline. I understand the spirit of that change.
Either a hated hero or a useless one with no gray area, depending on whatever the most recent patch is at the time of conversation. If Sombra's output gets nerfed because it's overbearing at whatever point in history, then you can really only replace it with other things that need to be overbearing to fill the gap in value. Kind of like a power vacuum that keeps getting replaced with a differently colored power vacuum. It's a little side tangent, but this premise clicked for me when I was replaying.
So like basically what he's saying is that like you can look at Sombra as being heavily utility, but the utility that people hated, and then now she's not less utility, but now she has a lot more lethality, but it's still done from stealth, and so people still hate it, right? Yeah.
Insomniac's first PlayStation 5 Spider-Man, and J. Jonah Jameson popping up talking about Kingpin being gone, meaning there's a power vacuum because of Spider-Man, and the entire story is literally that playing out. This is why we have like 10 reworks under our belt. This means that whatever the problem in her kit was 10 years ago, it still is now. The community keeps attacking the direct output of the abilities, like how everyone complained Hack was broken, so Hack got nerfed from 5 seconds to 1 second in Overwatch 2. Translocator was broken, so it became short distance. Invisibility was broken, so it was put on a 5-second duration, and now we still...
Well, that's the thing is you have to. This is why when people, I was less critical of people, the Overwatch team doing stuff like buffing Malga's overrun and stuff like that. It's because if you are going to shift power away from one aspect, you have to have something healthy, right? I think her weapon is not necessarily an unhealthy thing. I don't think Translocator in a vacuum is an unhealthy thing, like in terms of how it does as a mobility cooldown. But I still think that, you know, maybe the mistake is 225, man. Maybe she needs 250 and then you tune down her burst damage so that you have more time to respond, but that she doesn't blow up. Maybe having a character that is more utility based shouldn't be 225. Has the best kill to death ratio among DPS? Well, yeah, but that's not exactly that. If anything, proves his point, right? Very much. You can kind of abuse these things, otherwise maybe not. Or maybe it's my point. I don't even remember what his points are anymore.
Still hate her. The developers listened. You lot were just wrong for once. I'm sorry, but it's true. Otherwise, she'd be fixed by now. So, to put it bluntly, it's my opinion that...
Maybe. I think in the case of Sombra, it's always been more of a question of, like, where can you safely put cooldown, put value into? Let's put it that way. Can you safely buff Sombra's damage? Yes. With her weapon, maybe, but not with Virus, and certainly not with Opportunist. Don't think so anyway. Maybe if Hack functioned differently. Maybe if Hack didn't disable abilities. Maybe if Hack was something that you could more consistently land versus things that aren't tank or without the staging of stealth on backline. Maybe Sombra could play more for uptime through higher HP, better sustain or whatever, but not have near the same level of burst lethality. And so she's a character that's frequently repositioning, but with not as many spikes in lethality, whether it's through hack or through damage. Maybe there's some things that we can lean into that. Yeah, bigger health pool, longer periods of cycling, more decisions in terms of where your damage is most useful, and so on. But I don't know what that would look like, right? But I do think that, yeah, this is where you just have to think about. But it is fair, though, that like you still have to ask, well, then what do we do with freaking Hack? Is Hack something that only affects the Sombra in terms of, like, I don't know, giving her wall hacks or giving her, maybe it's Opportunist, but it doesn't disable abilities? I don't know. But you have to find avenues to dump. So remember, chat, who is the other really toxic hero that we mentioned? Who, in my opinion, besides Sombra, the other toxic character? The unredeemable toxic character. It's Hog, right? When I say Hog, there's a reason why we think of both Hazard and Roadhog. Because remember we talked about in a recent patch when they buffed Roadhog, right? What do you buff about Roadhog? Where are the healthy expressions of skill and balance with Roadhog? Is it his damage? Is it his trap? Is it his hook? His vape? Or his boop ultimate? Where do you put the power of Roadhog without making him miserable to play into? There's nothing. There's nothing there. It demands a fundamental rework or giving him a new set of abilities. There's really nothing to work with. And that's the problem. You can endlessly tweak Roadhog from a one-shot punishable monster to a tank hog that just doesn't do anything but can just endlessly vape, and people are still going to be unhappy, myself included. The problem is when you have every aspect of the character doesn't have anything redeeming, you're screwed. Numbers don't work, correct. Whereas you look at Malga and you're like, well, Overrun Slam is pretty skillful. I don't like the 2 bullets shooting at the same time, but I do like the mechanic of setting people on fire at range and then using your other weapon, like balancing which weapon you shoot, like alternating left then right. There's maybe potential there, and maybe there's some potential with his mobility. I don't love the both guns shooting at the same time, and I don't love the way Cardiac is currently utilized either. It's just strictly damage reduction, and that's about it. But there's aspects that you can lean into. The weapon damage in terms of the balancing between one or the other, not both, and Overrun in terms of how it's used offensively. If you guys remember, about 6 months ago, one of my viewers actually utilized one of my suggestions for Malga, which was Cardiac Overdrive actually ignites people that you're near. And we were able to play with it. So it was do I use this offensively or do I use this defensively? And it was actually really fun. So it's kind of similar to his current perk where he runs past somebody, sets them on fire, but you use your Cardiac. And so you lost a lot of defensive potential, and Malga became a lot more mid-range pokey and not in your face. And so my point being is like we were trying to really stretch and find new ways to make Malga interesting using some of the more healthy aspects. High ball treatment, high uptime, high mobility, low damage could be, right? But basically my point being is that Questrun's right here. What do you buff about Sombra right now? What can you do with Sombra right now? And I think that Translocator as a mobility cooldown in the vacuum is okay. I think her weapon as a whole is fine, you know? Maybe the ideas of Opportunist has potential as well. I even don't necessarily hate Stealth if it's done... any one of these things could be okay, but not all three, right? So, I don't know. Yeah, we've had discussions about hack as an ability. I've suggested that before. The reason why I suggested that in a vacuum is because it allows you to use hack in more 1v1s rather than just tank, and it doesn't demand that you have the element of surprise to get hack off. It also makes the timing of hack very important, because if it's a brief window of time and you're dueling a Genji, when do you hack? When do you hack? When do you projectile hack a Genji? Usually in a 1v1, it's decided either as an opener or not at all, or like when he's using deflect. Hack is not a mid-fight tool or a mid-duel cooldown. It's not something, because it gets canceled instantly. So it's always an opener, which means it's always part of a burst. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not honestly not too sure.
That Sombra's direction shouldn't be facilitating downtime. She should be getting rewarded for her uptime. Facilitating downtime is how you get Sombra players spawn camping and all the stuff Reddit complains about. Sombra's gameplay should feel like she wants to be out of invisibility to get value, exposing herself to the risk of being shut down, and then that being okay to do so.
Exposing yourself to the risk. There must be consistent, manageable exposure to risk. We've learned that since the Mercy discussion. You guys remember that with the Mercy rework discussion? What's the problem with Mercy? She doesn't expose herself to risk. With Sombra, she definitely exposes herself to risk, but it can feel as if once she gets the edge, it's over. And sometimes for Sombra, there doesn't feel like a good opportunity either.
Because she never gets fully shut down, with the design of her kit implying she doesn't always need to fully commit, even if she doesn't get a kill or shuts down anything important. Her having 225 health, well, her only form of anything.
And by the way, the same problem with Mercy being nerfed to 225, which discouraged proactivity, it's the same problem with Sombra. It's the same freaking problem with Sombra. 225, you're a lot more spooked about your taking your engagements. You're a lot more selective about how you're choosing your angles. It's the same problem.
7-second cooldown means there's a lot of pressure on every dive. That's how whenever she does anything, she feels overwhelming. Tracer is the opposite of this, where she has incredible mobility, which means she doesn't need much, if any, guarantee on every dive, which is why she never really feels overwhelming regardless of output. And before you're worried that I'm going to suggest turning her into Tracer 2.0, this also applies to Genji, Wrecking Ball, Doomfist, and plenty other heroes. The act of giving Sombra more mobility, survivability, or survivability through mobility does not inherently mean she's turning into Tracer. Looking into maybe decreasing the demanding nature of Sombra's dives is a good direction direction to explore.
One of our first suggestions when we did a Sombra quote-unquote rework a long time ago was giving her 2 translocators and then significantly reducing stealth, if I remember correctly. I'd have to go back. You could look in my old Sombra rework or whatever on my YouTube. There's a couple of videos I think we did. We had the whole Sombra panel, which I thought was very interesting. And then we also did our own rework like 2 years ago, which may or may not have aged well, honestly. But yeah.
Control-Alt-Escape is an absolutely phenomenal example of this and should be a cornerstone in how perks are thought about for Sombra, in my opinion, leaving hack and oppressive stuff to more general balance
Agreed.
changes.
I love
I still
Control-Alt-Escape.
absolutely think stealth is a major load-bearing component to Sombra, so I don't want it gone. But to me, it exists in her kit in the sense that the better you are, the more efficient you are with stealth and the less you use it, but never zero stealth. In my ideal world, I'd have her 2 major perks function in the 2 main ways you have survivability in the middle of a duel. Either you get more mobility in a literal sense, or more direct survivability. Perk 1, for example, would be that the translocator cooldown speeds up while out of stealth by 50%, promoting the usage of the translocator itself, as well as promoting the lack of stealth, really doubling down on the aggressive way people can use the translocator. And then the other perk would be Control-Escape, but turned into a major perk, where it triggers the passive self-heal when using translocator without the 50% health requirement. Her self-healing would still stop if any damage was done to her, not to just have being in stealth mean you get healed. Then the minor perks
I think Control-Alt-Escape should just be part of her base kit, and then that his example would be the perk that doesn't disregards your morale threat, or sorry, well, MMO health threshold if you're depending on your stuff.
Be more damage oriented, like maybe the area of effect virus we have as a major, but nerfed to do less damage or have less range or have it not speed up on hack targets, or a combination of the 3. I'm not a game designer and I don't have the resources to trial and error anything, so I'm just spitballing to paint a picture. Given that in discussion I constantly see a resurgence of the same couple ideas, I narrowed it down to 4 ideas that I could preemptively shoot down right here before it derails conversation when talking about Sombra with people that don't have thousands of hours on her. This isn't meant to be condescending, but there's a disconnect in why people think people enjoy Sombra that you can't quite explain without being in the thick of it. So here they are. Here are the 4. You can pause the video. Maybe if your idea is between this, hopefully that answers my response. Decreasing the all-in, all-out nature of Sombra's dives doesn't inherently mean give her more mobility either. The reason Control-Alt-Escape is an absolutely phenomenal example of this is because Control-Alt-Escape grays out the black and white in and out by giving her the risky option of partially re-healing up the damage she took from the dive she did and stick around instead of having to entirely give up to go to a health pack that's across the map. The change in direction from a combination of lethality and utility slowly shifting towards mobility means a decrease in lethality. Decreasing Virus's cooldown but at a way lower amount of total damage would be a good start, but honestly it's a trial and error based balancing system. Maybe Hack loses its damage boost or Virus's impact damage doesn't get amplified on hack targets, only sped up. Who knows?
The problem is that the hack opportunist is because to motivate hack, because without opportunists, people just didn't hack because it was too risky, too difficult of a thing that was really only there for the soft CC, which you can guess who that was spammed on, and was just almost entirely useless outside of that. There's no way to balance the soft CC of hack in its current iteration.
Knows. But also important is that she regains some more utility after losing damage. The one thing I miss from Overwatch 1 isn't even something people really thought about, but that hacking itself should be situational. As it is now, every single hack has some form of excuse. Whether it's damage boost, virus boost, visibility through walls, an interrupt, there's always a value. Back in Overwatch 1, if an Ana used her
It's a bit of an absolute
sleep dart,
statement,
a
but
hack's
yeah, I
lockout
get the spirit.
was shorter
yeah.
than the cooldown. If you hacked Ana while those were on cooldown, you gained literally nothing out of it aside giving away the element of surprise. I think at the very least, damage
I
should
think
not
that's
be tied to
disrespectful,
hack, with some
Acid.
kind
No
of
offense.
buff that
The guy cares about the character. This is good, well thought out feedback. I think this is okay.
developers can trial and error their way to find to
You
compensate.
guys are just saying
I
that
did
because
not
Sombra
like it
player.
when
If I made a video like this, you guys would be like, yeah.
Overwatch 2 launched and was disappointed they brought
I
it back
hope.
in the recent rework.
Maybe you guys
So,
wouldn't.
In conclusion,
Maybe I'm
I
correct.
think Sombra and each of her reworks went in the right direction, but the further imbalance it
Reduce the risk of engages in order to allow for the reduction in reward of engages. Yes.
went beyond each starting point, the more she got dragged back into why people hated her. And I can't even blame them to think we need another rework. But I don't really think so. Blizzard, we've tried an emphasis on utility. We've tried an emphasis on lethality. I'm suggesting that while we hug the wall of utility, we piece by piece.
Well, the problem is that it's only utility through hack. It's men hack. We have to. You can't just say this is the same argument that we had. You guys remember when I was crying about the May perks? Why is utility always CC? Why is it always CC? May is a utility character. Why is it slow and freeze? Why? Why is it always CC? That's not what utility means. That's not the only thing utility means. Come on, man. We gotta be more creative than that. I agree with Question though. My point being is that, like, I'm not saying that I'm necessarily advocating for more utility or more direct lethality, but my point being is that, like, I don't know. Is there anything else? Are there more white hats? Are there ways that we can increase her consistent lethality, but just not the burst? Her utility is always speed. True, actually. Yeah, so I was good video. Good video. I mean, I was more, for my opinion, it was more to do with like playstyle stuff, not the spirit of it. It's just me being nitpicky. Yeah, I mean, for crying out loud, right? Like hack speed boost. Frick me, man. Freaking hack speed boost, man. Give me my hack speed boost. Give me my hack speed boost, dude. I want my hack speed boost. All right, I think I'm done with React content for the day. I can only brain rot for so long. Let's do 1 or 2 random games. What do you guys want to watch? Play Sombra and quick play. Sombra, bro, it's gonna get banned. Are you freaking me? Paladins? Shut the frick up. I'm like ranked tanker support. Should we do another Doomfist game? Should we try another Doomfist game? Here, I'll turn down the desktop audio a little bit here so you guys aren't deafened. Doom. Bullseye. Pull it. All right, what do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see Ana? Like professional level Ana, you know, support play? Or do you want to, or I'll let you guys hear. What? Ana, Zen, etc. Doom. Poll started. I'll start, hang on, poll started. Poll. I'm not playing ball. Shut the frick up. No more coaching bots? No. I've coached in my eyes blood. No, the people don't want ball. They're not people. They're NPCs. Let's see an ancient game. An ancient game. You good at Doomfist? No. Not at all. Oh man, it's close, Chad. It's close. 25 to 25. A bunch of Doom frickers jumped in at the end there. All right, you frickers. Ice cold. Jaw locked. Hepatitis positive. We're going.
Select your hero.
Yeah, baby. Tank and Q. I'm gonna upload the next one. Oh, and Spylo coaching. We're in transition for somebody else. My original guy, Chicken, who was helping me out with Spylo 2. She got too busy, so I'm in transition helping it out. There's a huge backlog, so stay tuned, Bastille. You just get an alert whenever that happens. Guys said we got a tank. Remember to practice your tap punch usage. Yes, mother. I'm a ban freaking Roadhog. Freaking hate Roadhog. I'll play versus Sombra any time of the day, not freaking Roadhog. Freaking hate Roadhog. Thank you, Genji. Bless you, son. I hate playing versus Roadhog, dude. Most brainless, brain rot counter character. What map am I on? Oh.
Now entering Midtown.
Shoot, man, this is gonna be bad. Eat your veggies? Yes, I'll eat my veggies. Alright, Daddy's here. Big ol' Thunder Boy. I don't know, there's like a, what skin should I go with? I don't like that one as much. Oh, this seems kind of Sigma male, you know? This is what I wear to bed. I sleep better this way.
Our future will be forged in conflict.
Dude, it's comfy, man.
Proceed with haste.
Look at this. Look at this. He's got like freaking like he's got his mask. He's got his fist. He's got pants on. It's comfortable. Who got banned? I don't remember. Hog, Sojourn, Freya, Zarya. Okay.
As good as I am with a bow, I
Pants
promise
on?
you,
Sometimes.
I was better
Cheers,
with a
Blako.
sword.
Raven, have a good one. I'll let you know, Bastille. I'm not sure. Hopefully soon. I hear Sigma. Pretend to be a demon in bed? Is that what this is? I'm not a culture. I don't know what the frick I'm talking about. I love that my thing still says lazy slop content, so... Reaper. Frick! I'm bad. I actually don't think that rotation made any sense whatsoever. I saw Reaper and I tasted blood, but like, it just didn't make a lot of sense to go for him anyway. What are we swapping to? What's going on? Waiting for my cast. Interesting. I egoed. I definitely egoed that. I was like, I know I'm low, but like, oh frick, dude, she's walking in a straight line. Wait, we can win this. We can win this. We can win this. We can still win this. I think we're even. Frick. I suck. I suck. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. Bless me. Bless me. No. Frick, man. This is so bad.
Spotted an enemy.
I don't want to talk about the flux cancel, man. I don't want to talk about it, okay? Okay. We're just gonna chill over moving cart. Ramatra, there's Vortex, there's Nemesis. We go now. No, we don't.
The odds are against us. Fully charged.
No.
Meteor strike.
Messed up the tap punch there.
Face my burning.
Move cart here. Can't really push too far here. Crap, they're just... Okay. Still moving cart for free. There it is. Charged it a little too there. Frick! That's too deep of an angle. I screwed that up. I should have been more patient. We can high noon that. We can high noon that. We can high noon that. We can high noon. We can high noon. I knew it. Yeah. There it is.
This is your warning.
Yeah, my staging was just awkward there. It's okay. Frick. Wait. Still have space. You still have space. You still have space. You still have space. I suck. It's fine. I'll just leave. No! Kill him. No! I suck. Do we have space? Crap! Dude, these have been so many winnable fights, dude. Just details. We can still win this, actually. We can still win this. Oh no, we backed off. It's fine. Alright, check it. Frick. I canceled my slam damage. I don't think it would have mattered there. Oh! Oh no. No! Okay, we got him. Kinda want to stagger here, but I don't think that's worth that ult. Bro, what? No! Dang it. Stupid vortex. Good news is our comp gets a lot better here.
In hardship, we find
60 seconds to minute.
If I can play correctly. It's a big if. Frick. Dude. I felt like we had so much. I needed to play high ground there. We had so much time and space there. We have a high noon there.
over there. Dodge this. Where there's
Felt like so much attention that roll. That was goofy. Please shoot! I'm all inning too much because I see opportunities to cancel ults, and my team is just not doing anything with that space at all.
0.
I think my Ana might have been dead there too.
Sides.
But bro, my freaking Ashe sat in the floor the entire time. I really told second point though. Second point was horrible for me.
Select your hero.
That's fine. It was fine push. I'm just annoyed that we didn't have like a single decent fight on third. I need to play more on my block cycle, frankly. Yeah, they kept charging me, and then I'd get like a big punch. Not like I cancel Cole, I cancel High Noon, charge punch, cancel Cole. I guess we just didn't have anything, or I think one of our players was in spawn or something.
I hope they put up a fight.
work is never done.
Yeah, I got baited in the sting run because I kept getting value, but it wasn't worth my life, you know what I'm saying? Like, disengaging the coal is probably more important than canceling it there, because then I can actually live. Announcing the giveaway? I don't know. I need to give it some time, at least a couple of days. Probably wouldn't do it at earliest next week. Yeah. I punched on arrow to use time to block, yep. Bro, why am I not getting over the edge there?
Defend objective A.
Oh no. That's a classic Spylo. You know what? Frick it. I don't give a frick. Oh.
Over here.
Over there.
Oh, she went all the way out. This is so risky, man. Because the position is really good where the Widow is. I can live there as long as the Ana's not there. Ah. Frick, dude, what is happening? Frick, man. Slide it, you kidding me? Are you fricking? Ah, bless you, my son. Frick. Sleep dart on the table here, I gotta worry. Bless you, my son! Dang it. Sleep dart soon, sleep dart soon, sleep dart soon, sleep dart soon. She didn't have it just yet, but she did at the end there. Alright, I have ult now, so. Thank you. I appreciate that, actually. It's very kind of you. Wait, how did she miss that? Well, how can I not pick my...
I'm really feeling the
I swear I was pushing the keybind for that.
Ready for a knockout?
Oh, I thought I missed her.
Will anyone challenge?
I was really scared of that sleep dart there. I had to hustle. Holy frick. Frick!
Got us outnumbered. Keep that in mind.
Should have got that kill. Wait. We can actually recontest this. No, life reaver, wait.
You are vulnerable.
Nice! That was a really big nade. Some sick pulls.
Play
GG's. Oh, I got to play the game too. I think it was at the end. It was not. I don't think I had any good plays. Oh. This is okay. I was at least like not spamming my shots too much. Nice. Wait. Oh yeah, Hoodlum, send over the highlight again. Sorry. No, not ball, bro. No, I don't want to. I don't want to play ball. Fried squid. Am I scared of skill expression? Yes. Terrified.
Select your hero.
Oh man, well.
Select heroes to ban.
No Roadhog, I don't give a frick about anything else. This guy doesn't want to. I'm done for Sombra. Sure, I'm a team player. Look, I'm just a team player, man, okay? That's all I can say. Alright. Or whatever, I'll let it just do whatever. Sure. Play on the next game? Maybe we'll redo the poll then, yeah, maybe.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Space Ranger. Alright, Hoodlum. You could just send it. Yeah. I could send it now. I have it pulled up. I got 45 seconds to pull up another one day.
Forged in conflict.
I saw your parents at a few exorbitant parties when I was young. Never you.
They didn't care to bring me along.
A shame. I'm sure two wayward heirs could have gotten into loads of trouble.
There's still plenty of time for that.
Alright, I'll pull this up and then
Do not worry.
pause
I am
it.
an expert at navigating dust storms.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Tap onto Widow.
Stop the payload.
Powered up.
Yep. Frick. Frick again, frick again, frick again, frick. Oh, the frickest of fricks. Shoot. Okay. Frick again.
A sniper! Watch your head!
I know where I'm gonna go.
Gauntlet charged. Wise over there.
Oh no, my bad. I'm dumb. Frick, slam around the mouse. Shoot. My bad. This is the new 50-50 matchmaking. Yeah. No! No, 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 my face. Oh, you rat. Need to get out! My DPS need to get out of the choke. Oh.
Let's increase our pace.
We're kind of fricked, Chad, I'm not gonna lie. It's just pathetic.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Wait for
Over here.
it. Just keep that coming.
Hey! Hey!
Meteor strike. Face my burn. This is your warning. Watch here. Warm up.
What are my soldiers doing?
Over here.
Idiots. I'm gonna commit war crime! Yeah, he actually went for me there. Oh no, he didn't mean to.
Wait for it.
Oh no, latency. Why does this happen? Here we go again. Frick, man. Holy crap. We didn't even kill him.
Stay sharp.
Dude, okay. I mean, alright. No, I'm not gonna say anything. It happens. I'm not. Holy frick. That's fine. Need to go next.
Team kill. Round 1.
That was kind of unfortunate. We had one fight on first, one fight on second, and that was it.
3. Switching sides.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. Being a team player. I wasn't a team player, I don't think. Not purposefully. We were down one like every freaking fight. We C9 in first, which is, I guess, tough, but like we got picked on first. We got picked on second because we all walked out the high ground. And then third, we actually kind of had a bit of a hold. And then my soldier freaking peeks their spawn by himself and gets picked again. And so then we retake, but then we don't have, we didn't see an opportunity for ults or whatever. I mean, it's fine. I'm still having fun. I've missed too many mechanical things, but it's definitely a game that would require like a bit of luck because we're playing freaking soldier Mei into double sniper, and my Mei is walling in the front lane.
Don't be. I'm sure he's just.
How many hours have I been doing? Not many, like 10, 15, maybe. I'm not sure actually. on this iteration of Doomfist. I've had probably 10, 15 in Overwatch 1, so closer to 30, 40. I honestly don't know.
One. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
Well. Frick. I got partial damage, I guess. Are you fricking me? You gave him a haircut. Alright, come on, come on, come on.
Ready for a knockout?
Frick, man. She is literally just killing at will.
The payload has stopped. Why?
Oh dear. Back right.
A challenger. Winner, stay on the payload.
Over here!
Frick, I could have blocked that sooner. I should have disengaged that. Blocked and disengaged. I got greedy.
Life protects life.
Outnumbered.
Regrets.
Remain with firelight.
Just dive the Widow. Jeez, thanks guys.
Over here. The payload is idle. Push it forward. Meteor strike is almost ready. Driving the payload forward. Do I make myself clear?
No, no.
Let the Kitsune guide you!
Minor herd unlocked.
Prepare yourself.
I feel all warm inside.
She's gonna peek left, I can tell.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Oy. Oh, she doesn't have grapple. She does now, I guess.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Meteor strike.
Halo with me?
No, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that either. Holy crap. Oh, I'm getting main character so hard and I'm not responding well. And I keep messing up. Like, I did not mean to punch there, I didn't mean to slam there. Or at least in the way that I did. 3, 2.
The payload has stopped. Why? The payload is advancing, as it should.
Are you freaking me?
The tree's gone.
Moyo, get the Moyo.
60 seconds remaining.
I misjudged it. Where is he? 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 Holy crap. Dude! Frick, man. I just played a Ring Around the Rosie, could not find anything. That's my bad. Seriously, I just totally lost him. I should have just stayed in the Winston, I guess. But I was like, dude, Winston's not priority. I didn't want to let the Widow, because the Widow's been carrying this.
Get the payload moving now.
Can't touch. Can't touch. Can't touch. I can't touch. Frick. Oh, what a dumb game. That's annoying. Yeah, it's fine. That's okay. It was still fun.
Select your hero.
Oh yeah, I'll do one more Doom game, then we'll redo a poll. Yeah, it's fine. We just competitive, to be honest with you. I played badly, and then we have Double Sniper and May Soldier. Love that. Okay, Hulam, what do you got?
Select hero bands.
Wait, you knocked him off the map, or did he just walk off the map? I thought you were gonna go off. So I thought you were gonna go off the map. He just walks off the map. He could just got booped right off the map. Holy crap, that sucks. Let's ban Roadhog. I know the super sleeves spam for rollout. I just don't. I'm not always good at doing it. That's all. Oh wow, this is like the perfect Doomfist game. Flat map, Orisa band, Roadhog band.
Traveling to New Junk City.
Okay.
Our future will be forged in conflict. I grow tired of chasing you.
You're tired. Imagine me.
Oh, it matters so much.
5, 4,
That's crazy, Hoodlum.
2, 1. Flashpoint. Arena.
I think we'll go front line to start. Off angle first line. Nasty.
Prepare yourself.
Flashpoint unlocked.
Seizing the objective. Rally here.
Oh wow, this fricker's right here. Frick! He peeled back. We overextended and didn't get the kill. The soldier overextended, and then we overextended for the soldier, and then my Genji dies, and then, yeah.
Find strength.
That sucks.
Just what I need.
Oh, what?
Meteor strike! Meteor strike!
No! Frick. I went for it almost.
Flashpoint.
5 streams. Nice, dude. Man, that Moira needed to die.
I'm on
I have come too far to stop now. Rocket punch!
Reaper's gonna have death plus some.
attack the objective.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
That's weird. Too much HP for that. It's a little silly. We should still win this though. Soldier should die. Oh, Moira, you got orb.
I don't die that Judge this.
Thank you. Don't mention it. You're welcome.
Make a noise. Get a kill.
Meteor strike time.
Hold the angle too.
Just keep that coming.
He's gonna slam it.
Now do you understand?
Oh wait, I didn't have a card punch. Lazy saw. I need to update stream control. Sorry.
The ducks. Secured. Next, flashpoint.
Sorry. Keep the stream title.
Fully charged.
Okay. I don't know if that was worth, honestly.
Meteor strike. Meteor strike.
Bro. Shoot, man. I needed more punish on that soldier. Him killing that bat freaking sucked. Ah!
Enemy here. This is your warning.
Nice.
The flame of my soul. Like the dawn.
What's going on? What are you guys talking about?
Wait.
Yeah, definitely soldiers. Good. Cassidy.
Let them out.
Mother Teresa. I gave up the angle for the kill for the cancel, and then they lost space in main. I felt like that was still the right play if I hit the punch. I think canceling an ult there is worth giving up the angle. Just making sure it ends, especially at my freaking rank. But I needed to actually, you know, cancel it.
Prepare yourself. Over there. Meteor strike. Meteor strike.
No, 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 no. That sucks, man.
Rocket body.
I wasn't thinking as much. I thought that I'd get the touch, but my bad.
Enemy here. Ready for a knockout? I am on the objective. Report here now.
Okay.
Wait for it.
Oh, this guy's mad. I'll lose his face. Wait, he actually ulted that? Okay, we'll take that. That could have been a lot worse. You lose the fight and still get 42%, and what was that? Is that Cole or is it just kind of?
Face me.
Idiot. I'm the idiot here. Well, I thought that he would be using cooldowns to my back. I thought that we had enough advantage. I clearly misjudged.
Every plan must be. Watch this. The odds are against us.
Only because he's really overextended.
Meteor strike.
Can't C9 this, so I gotta be careful. Frick, man. Frick, dude. That's just so annoying. Alright, we'll play some Ana. Or support or something. Or we'll do a poll. We'll do a poll. We'll do the poll. I'll let you guys. I don't mind playing Doom. I'm having fun, but I'll let you guys choose. That C9 killed us, and then honestly losing first point too.
Play of the game.
Yeah, we just didn't get our ults, man. Like, it was just a classic support ult. It's the same thing, like, we just never got a chance to use our ults. Alright, I'll, Polo's live. I don't mind doing Doomfist again, though. I am having fun. Yeah, we've got so many hours this season. It's actually crazy. It's like the most hours I think I've ever had in a season in Overwatch 2, like, by far. Man, you guys are, wow, I guess you guys are tired of the Doom. All the Doom haters. My favorite part about you guys vote Doom and then I get backseated. It's like, bro, I'm gonna stop letting, bro, if that's, it would be so bad with Ball, dude. Everyone wants me to play characters and then backseat me. Freaking hate you guys. Being ranked higher than Spylo on Doomfist, not really, but only chat while playing Doom, basically, yeah. Where's our poll? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know how to do polls on YouTube. Oh, Twitch chat might just think you're inferior, but I don't think it's true. Lucio, me. Hey, buddy. All right, let's turn the audio back up. We gotta warm up, man. Lucio, please, I'm begging. I don't know, man. I'm really freaking bad at it. I'm really freaking bad at Lucio. We were debating. Wait. About Sombra not backseating. Oh no, not you guys, not you guys. There was some. I won't name any names. Blizzard writing in a blog. I assume it's more popular than playing ranked. It's in the season of Damon. Yeah. Is Symbian more popular than quick play and ranked? Makes sense. Front seat instead? I respect it. Man, I Hinder, love that. I thought he wasn't gonna use it and I was like, alright, fine, no Hinder. Fair enough.
I watch over you.
Oh, what? Shoot.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
Hey. Hello.
What was the fade there for, buddy?
Kill confirmed.
Shoot. Scoped in.
I go out on my turn.
Nope. Alright, this guy's fighting dirty. Alright, buddy. You win these. Wait, she took the freaking...
What's one more kill?
Rick?
I'm under attack.
Guy is Cascondi. It's terrifying.
Hilda.
Taken the lead.
Are you freaking me? Never trust a venture player, man. There it is. You like your kill being stolen, huh? You like this? You like this? You like this? You like this? Trash. Tell you what. I kind of missed a lot of shots there, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not super proud of that. Oh. Toots. I'll teabag.
Not the first, not the last.
I'm proud of myself? No, I'm not proud of myself, but justice was done, so I don't give a frick about pride. This doesn't do about pride, it's about justice. Bye. Are you freaking me?
I keep my secrets.
Frick! I shouldn't have even slept there, I just went for the ego play.
I still have some fight
I was
in
gonna
me.
get a little bagging in there. Bro, I didn't have any cooldowns, man. I had like half HP. Or 2/3 HP.
Nodding off.
Bye.
This ends now.
Bro, I am misjudging her.
Coming through.
What? No, worst reload ever. No, frick.
I go out on my terms. For your wounds.
Are you serious? I'm gonna lose it. Come on, slide. Slide you want. Oh my gosh! No, I egoed it. I tried to ego it. I tried to ego it. I should not have done that. Oh my days. Don't talk about it. This is well.
Hey.
Walk into the venture thing, get them confused. Ah! Come on, man.
Excavation initiation. Fire in the hole.
Oh dear.
You will fear me.
I mean, this is freaking support queues, dude.
I'm not finished.
Oh yeah, I don't trust venture players, man. Juked. What?
Is there yet?
Spit on you. I have a mythic weapon from it? I don't remember, I don't know. I think I might, I don't know. I just don't use the mythic weapon stuff as much. I do? Okay, well maybe I'm not using it. Hey, but replay code, can you coach me? I don't do coaching through through stream stuff.
Select your hero.
Oh. Okay. Well. Gavin.
Traveling to the right.
I will not leave
Okay.
it behind. Not the first, not the last.
Tangada!
Come on, don't run. Frick, what am I doing with my sleep darts, bro?
I'm not
Yeah,
finished.
Paris sabotages your rank, that's what it is. In G1v1. Frick. 3 freaking Freyas on me. Or 2. Hit the 360 sleep dart. I don't think I have enough mouse pad space. I can get the 180 though. You guys want the 180? Alright, let's see if we can get a good 180 here. I need to make sure I can actually see something. Oh, here it is. Frick. Close.
One of these days I'll
Alright, let's
end
try
up
it
in
again.
Fiji.
Oh, frick. No, I ran out of space. No, I just smacked my stream deck. My sensitivity is too low for this crap, man. Here's...
Fortified. Gnome.
Yeah, this guy's kind of... Okay, well. I was gonna call him a bum, and then he just left, so... Come on, you rat. It's 360 fast, couldn't even see it. Duels are fine, Queen. Thank you. Thank you. 10.5 minutes. 10.5 minutes. Alright, wait. We're gonna get it, man. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
Select your hero.
Nice, dude. Chuno is picking Ana, man. Your hair looks great. My hair is a bush today. Thank you, Oakley. Musty feeder.
Choose heroes to ban.
This will be my last game here. Surely. I don't give a frick. I'll ban one. I don't care about banning anything. Musty feeder. No. Gross. Freya balance down? I mean, not really, no. She's better, I suppose. But it always takes some time. People underreact to the heroes release, then overreact, and then, yeah. So, have I played Elden Ring? I have, Micah. What did you think of Elden Ring? Did you enjoy it? I enjoyed it.
Esperanza.
Esperanza. Esperanza.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
All right, we're locking in. Ugh. 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 Mm-hmm. Ugh. 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 Yeah. Ugh. Coach the beat tree sentinel? Nice, dude. Nice. Oh wait, coach me?
Firepower's good. But superior brain power's better.
Oh gosh. Quake? What the frick are you talking about?
Five,
4.
3.
Oh, start playing Overwatch. I just saw. Sorry.
Unlocks
Oh
in
frick.
30 seconds.
That's bad. I'm a cool guy too, so I can spray.
Let's move out. Hi.
I'm a pro player. See me and my sorry, we're super pro. We're spraying. Look at us go. We're pros. Count toss things to the raid, man. Alright, you guys want to see some OWCS stuff? Check it out. 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 Gotta take some space here. We're down one instantly. Alright, jump on.
Whining. You're fine. We need to halt their movement.
Okay, so we almost had it. To be honest with you guys, I took too much damage from a different angle I didn't see. I kind of egoed the surgeon a little bit there. Hope you had a good stream, mate.
I won't give in.
Over there.
Just like in OWCS.
We need that lead back. I see one.
Hey, listen, man.
The robot is ours.
I probably should have just slept there. I felt like, she's dashing into me. I can just shoot nade and I don't need my sleep.
Fire. I will lead us to victory.
Eyes on a target.
I can save it to get that doom, you know? I didn't need 2 cooldowns for the sake of 1. But I'm Mr. Greedy Gumdrops always when it comes to stuff like that. I'm the same thing with May and stuff.
Moving right along.
Doom is up here.
Careful.
You're mine, bucko.
Getting drowsy.
Your team has taken the lead.
Look out, so no surprise. We have the fastest.
What am I watching? I have like 2 old men looking at each other. Oh, walking slowly into health pack. What was that? I heard him. I was like, all right, I don't have cooldown, so I gotta give him some respect.
Stand a chance.
That was the funniest body language thing I think I've ever seen in my life. I think Doom is old here.
Come on, try it.
Bro, what is my Zarya doing?
Cut the pain. Taking care of your power down.
I'm gonna do something wrong. I'm going to do something wrong.
Inbound with cargo.
I can't believe that. That's like actually so depressing. Okay, my angle here.
That must sting.
This ends now.
Frit, why don't you pop it and not peek? I'm trolling. Come on, you rat. Come on, you rat. Rat.
Meteor strike.
Some of that juicer. No, I thought it was. Okay, okay. I honestly got confused where it was. I really did. For a second, I thought it was in front of me.
I still have some fight in me.
The rally R freaking screwed me up, dude. I legit was like, I thought it was in front of me. I mean, I'm sure it was clear and I'm just blind, but I'm saying I'm not bad, I'm just blind. So I'm, you know, this sucks. Frick.
Stand up straight.
They're pushing ahead. Take them out.
The enemy's catching up. Help me.
Frick, just die. Yeah, I don't know, man.
I'm not finished.
Getting staggered, dude. We're Mr. Old Cycle.
I see
My
you.
sorry, it's trolling. What the frick was that, man?
So for your wound.
Enemy team is pushing forward.
Like, what was the plan there, bro? Are you fricking me?
Meteor strike.
I will not be confused by R this time.
Robot is on the move.
Over here. Shukran.
Nice. Good chase. Good clearing our angles. So we're still getting objective progress.
Covering you.
This blade here, I think, can blade even maybe. Frick. I really wanted that punish.
Stand up straight.
Dude, that's so freaking annoying. Nade cooldown is so unbelievably long. Holy crap. You actually just can't beef it like I did, otherwise you just lose.
I won't.
I also
give
didn't know
in.
he was there.
Is close
We're
to
almost
taking
past
Oh, I do.
them. Group up with me. Keep an eye
Okay,
out.
around here.
On my way.
Rat. Let's do, I think Nano perk versus this. Frick! Okay, don't peek real, don't peek real. Bro.
Steady. We're almost there.
Oh, crosshair, 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 crosshair! Do what I command you to do! Very brief moment there, I lost it in the sun. I just lost my crosshair, man. Which I'm not, I have no control of that. I'm so dumb. My brain, the cells, they cluster and they don't work.
Rescue that robot.
That was really dumb. Completely like positional permanence. Question is, does he swap or does she stay?
Soldier 76 reporting for duty.
I need to just use my nano to be honest with you, but
To protect you.
Careful.
Understood. Shields up, I see one. Over here.
You're powered up. Get in there. Watch
well,
here.
what the frick is she doing?
Pick it up. We're about to lose our lead.
Tango down.
Can we kill the widow? Are we gonna kill the widow? Okay.
The robot is ours.
Who's on fire? I am. Be right there. My ultimate is ready.
Personne n'échappe
Okay,
à
no,
mon
not with
regard.
this guy.
Enemy forward spawn activated.
Don't fret. I see you.
Over here.
Push the robot.
Yeah, that's what I was.
I'm on my game now.
I got you.
60 seconds.
Swaps now.
Spawn activated.
Nope, she stays. Interesting.
Enemy in sight. Stand up.
Approaching the final destination.
Bro, I think I fed him punch there.
30 seconds remaining.
This is it.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm actually gonna help my tracer, I think, here.
Overtime.
Stop them and we win.
Forward spawn.
Stop the rope over there.
She just walked away.
Victory's ours. Keep us safe to the robot.
狐の鍵爪を解き放て。
We got time. Might as well already die. It's not the end of the world. Bro.
Asian beauty. I had you on both.
Victory.
I'm tracking. If I'm pressing tab, either it's a nervous twitch 50% of the time, the other 50% is I'm checking swaps. Like, I was checking the DPS swap there at the end for the Widow.
Play of the game.
So I started going pro in a game. Should I start with Rivals or start with Overwatch 2? I don't know, honestly. Rivals is a way better cash pool right now. It would just be the one that I would enjoy, to be honest with you. But obviously, I'm honestly not sure. Should I do one more chat? It'd be such a shame to not end on Masters. I was watching me lose this one. Masters support streamer. How far did I get? I got a Masters. What is the quest today? Raider from Capitology Stefano. I'm not really sure. We're just getting Masters on support. Maybe. But I am going to end after this one regardless of whether I win or lose. Masters of Death Part 2? No. Not this time. Replay code 2 send Stalker match. What must I do? Ah, that's a great question. I'm gonna turn off this light for right now because I'm freaking going blind. So I'll become top 500 again? I was never top 500. At least I don't think so, because when... I don't think the rank I was at was top 500 at the time. It might have been. It was like 4,200, somewhere around there. The children melted in the California sun. I'm sorry to hear that. Thoughts on Porter Robinson? He's got some good stuff. He's like more experimental than a lot of other electronic artists, which I appreciate. Play some Zen. Dude, it has been so long since I've played a lot of Zen. So clunky movement-wise with him. Holy crap. It's good for the soil? That's good. That's true, yeah.
Even the teacher can learn from his What legacy is worth your life?
Very clunky.
It takes 100 times to learn, 1,000 times to understand.
Taken the lead.
Well, this is awkward. We should probably find something. What do you guys reckon? What are some good ones here? Debate me 18 MVC? That just seems rough. Wait, do we do it, guys? Do we do it? This could be so funny.
Now entering the Black Forest.
Wait, is it not? It's not safe for work, is it?
Plenty of bombs to go around.
Like an alien artifact, like Java. Whoa!
Java, what the
hell?
I hear so many good things.
Java.
Yeah, wait,
Okay.
Super
We're
Cat, you should
Java?
play because it's like a different experience with the mods.
Okay,
you
if
know?
Super Cat plays, I'll play, but only if Super Cat plays.
Yeah, and I can only play if Jesse plays. GG.
What was the pack segment?
We went through and it's kind of like it's vanilla light, so it's nothing crazy. But we
Right.
have our own custom. But
What are they
I'm trying
talking
to tell
about?
Sam, hey, add.
I mean, if you guys wanted like a solid vanilla
was like a
plus
debate
pack, I
thing.
have have some selection.
Well, yeah, that's fine.
Vanilla.
We kind of went through and stuff is like I think 20.
But vanilla plus is just
What are they
like
talking about?
it just means it doesn't change any core mechanics of the game.
The only core mechanics is like the warden got enhanced. Like now the whole biome is.
Talking about like a game.
4 other mods.
What's up, love? Do you have a hot take?
My hot take.
I'll send you.
I don't have one. I just.
What should I do, chat? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?
No, you're
Don't
done.
get mad.
What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do,
What does
chat?
that
Should I
mean?
come up with a good topic here?
Placid in here.
She's saying if she can't argue her point or something, don't get mad at her.
No,
Alright.
I'm saying if I can't play the game.
Wait, what game?
What is my hot take?
This is quick.
Wait, we don't play? We don't play? Okay.
No, we're just here to
I
debate.
need something good. I
Wait,
need
yo,
something
what?
juicy.
This is friendly no kill, so we're just debating and stuff.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Oh, shit.
I'll be right back.
Okay, now I'm mad. I'm gonna get mad at her.
No, I'm just kidding. Wait, what the frick?
She said, "What the frick?"
Get back here.
She said, "What the frick?"
These are so much more fun when we get to argue with 15-year-old socialists. I will say that.
Well, why don't you argue with Plisker? He's a socialist.
All right. Well, this is significantly less interesting than I thought. It was too nice. Spyler YouTube chat? No, I do not. Ever.
Select your hero.
What's favorite song? I don't know. I'd have to go look through my things. Dude, Musty Feeder's back. They were honestly just vibing. Yeah, man. I can't hate. What's the best food to one chick? Oh, that's a good one, Stefano. Yeah, we should have done that. That's all right. I don't care what we ban. I'm a flexible guy. I'm friendly with everyone. Rice, low key. We were talking about that, yeah. Yeah, I don't read. I read YouTube chat, but not yours, Smiling. Sorry, I lost you there. All right. Stop your mama. Let's go. Here we go. I don't read. That is correct.
Welcome to Oasis.
Daddy's here. Big old buddy. Let's do a skin swap for luck. Musty Feeder on a Life Weaver Dino Nuggets combo. Elite level. Fielder Chio to the next evolution.
Not leave a broken world behind.
No, I can do this.
Were a lot simpler when I was
No, I can't do this. Wait. I can do. Frick you, dude. I'm gonna have
Told us place on.
Woo! Oh! All right, let's go. All right, we're cooking it. We're cooking it. All right, get ready for a meta masterpiece. We're on the flank. Here we go. Guitar Master is not gonna know what hit's gonna hit him.
Over there.
Okay, Master might be dead. I'm missing all my shots.
I'm under attack. Taking care of
We're compressing. We're compressing. I'm gonna keep rotating.
The objective is now.
I got point. No sweat. No sweat. I don't have point. My team has point. Here's the angle. Break my chungus. Frick. Frick. We're compressing. It's depressing. We're compressing. Humor, humor, humor. And almost another missed nade. And more missed shots. But it doesn't matter because I'm about to hit the craziest sleep dart you've ever seen in your life. Stay away from me. Blind nade. Frick, 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 frick,
not finished.
It's happening.
Frick. There was our ult too. Now we set the trap. Now we set the trap. Now we set the trap. The trap. The trap didn't work.
I go out on my terms.
Now we set another trap. A better trap. A superior level 2 trap.
Over here.
Now we miss our nade again.
I appreciate the support.
Now we set out another trap.
Tactical goggles activated.
Now we feed punch. Now we upgrade our trap to level 3.
Taking care of you.
Now we get full strike. Keep it sir.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Now we set our trap.
Step right up.
Now we set another trap. What is this tracer doing? This tracer's horrible. No offense. And this is like a relatively similar SR range thing. Okay, maybe I should start what happened to die to her. That is indeed exactly what happened. Life Weaver, Life Weaver. Oh my gosh.
I won't give
I was rolled indeed rolled by Guitar Master. And it's exactly as foretold. I set a trap 7 or 8 times and it worked.
Score.
Hello, Marvin.
1-0.
I was like, dude, I should have like killed her on the jump pad, but I was like being a little too awkward with my nade. But I was like, I'm not scared of her, and then I died. I don't even know why I jumped away from her because there was no mega and she didn't have recall. Probably could have stayed up top to be honest, because then I was like in the open. You guys ready for another trap? I might set an extra level trap here. I might have to upgrade it to trap plus. What do you guys reckon? Can we set up trap plus?
5, 4, 3, 2.
Here we go. Trap plus. Pedal. Ah, he knows it. He knows it. I love him.
No matter how amusing it will be, I'm with you.
I keep you up. Over here.
No. I suck.
I watch over you.
I'm in the trap land. I'm in the trap land. Come here, trap. Come here. Right. We can start top. Well, no, we don't need to start top yet. Too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Bruh. Are you freaking me? Are you freaking me? That was a disaster class. We lost while we were up 1.
This is
Okay.
not
Time to set up another one. Another surprise. No. Wait. Yeah, thank you. It's not going as well as I would have liked. Nade, 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 nade. Ah. I'm pulling.
Life protects life.
Thank you. Good tree. Ah! No, 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 no. Dave, come back. I'm not playing very well, Chad. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I have you. Keep fighting.
Frick, frick, frick. Get the holes. I'm gonna call the cops. Oh, I can't. It's a grenade.
I'm not.
I'm just a disaster class. It's just a disaster class. Frick.
I'll keep you up.
Torbjörn, ready to work.
Frick. Come on, you little rat.
Nano boost is ready to deploy.
Frick. Try and buy some time here until. There. Yay.
I've got you.
Keep me, pop. Holy chickies. No.
This ends now.
No, I was. There was like, I wanted Farah, and then I wanted Torb, and then my diva.
Score 1-1.
Okay. Last round, full lock. Dude, I was trying, man. And then I see the Orisa running towards me because I'm walking in to go nano my Farah, and then I was like, shoot.
Ah, Oasis. I miss the quiet confines of a laboratory.
I know, but like,
4,
yeah.
3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
This is the end. We must give it our all.
Breaking them down.
That must win.
Bro, stupid sticky disruptor shot. That's actually so broken in 1v1, so I didn't even realize. How much damage is that? 200?
I won't give in.
Be careful.
You're not him, bud. Okay, he didn't pocket, so.
Hold on. Reloading.
Don't let them take the point.
Kill the Ana. 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 Why did we give up point, man, while we're up one?
Burning brighter than a supernova!
Locking satellite vector! Not so fast.
Dude. That is criminal behavior.
No recovery.
What is that melody? Setting out alchemy!
That must be.
Oh. Dude. Dude, how are we losing? I cannot use my nano because every single time I'm like, oh, we're fine. We're not. We were up 2. This is...
You're powered up. Get in there.
I'm unstoppable.
I'm going insane. Dude, that is crazy. What happened? What happened? Dude, no. Dude. Tell me. Bro. That last fight, man. Dude. We're up 2. We're up 2. Not 1, but 2. 1 kill. 2 kill. That's not a... Dude, I'm not nanoing in a 5v3. When everyone's full. Alright, well. Okay, well. GG's. Well, I do have to go after that. Okay. Loves and kisses. That is all. I'll see you guys later. We'll be back on Saturday with probably more like the companion stuff. But yeah, honestly, the review stuff was pretty fun. Yeah, I will. And I'll see you guys Saturday. GG's.